Good afternoon. I believe that I can start. It's 2:00. So, dear Mr. Minister Andrej Vizjak, Your Excellencies and dear colleagues, it is my pleasure to be the moderator of this UNECE regional online workshop on housing governance to support housing affordability. Before I give the floor to the Minister and to our Executive Secretary, Ms. Olga Garayeva, let me give you just a few information on the workshop today. The workshop is organized by the Ministry of Environment and Spatial Planning of Slovenia and the UNECE Housing and Land Management Unit in cooperation with Housing Europe, the Union for the Mediterranean and UN Habitat. This workshop will support the regional exchange of experiences and good practices in the UNECE region on promoting access to decent, adequate, affordable and healthy housing as part of the country's response to and recovery plans for the COVID-19 pandemic. The workshop is also serves as a preparatory meeting to the ministerial meeting on urban development, housing and land management, affordable, adequate and resilient housing in livable cities to take place on 6 and 7 October 2021 in Geneva. The workshop today is in English and Slovenian, although I also recently understood that there is Russian interpretation with simultaneous interpretation. So please select the button on the screen on the image of a globe where you can select in which language you would like to participate in this workshop. This workshop is organized in four parts. The first part, the opening, and the first part of the workshop will run from 14:20 to 16 and will provide you with an overview of key international initiatives on affordable housing in Europe. The Housing 2030 initiative is one of such initiatives, and it brings together three organizations, UNECE, Housing Europe and UN Habitat, working together jointly at a study that is called At Housing 2030, Improving Housing Affordability in the UNECE region. Several other organizations will present information also on their activities. The second session today will start with a presentation by Professor Brian Evans. Brian is Professor of Urbanism and Landscape at the Glasgow School of Art, and he will share initial proposals for the development of the UNECE Regional Action Plan on Housing for the period until 2030, which is expected, the plan, to be endorsed by the ministerial meeting in October. So this is actually a major endeavor of UNECE, an action plan for affordable housing. We are looking forward to a good panel discussion and would like to invite your proposals for possible key topics and actions to be covered by the Regional Action Plan. This session will be moderated, the session on the action plan will be moderated by Ms. Dorian Doni, who is the chair of the UNECE Committee on Urban Development, Housing and Land Management. Then tomorrow morning, we will have another session to focus on one of the four topics of the Housing 2030 study, addressing housing governance and regulation. That workshop session will specifically focus on the preparation of the governance chapter of the Housing 2030 study. The session tomorrow morning is organized by Housing 2030 and will be moderated by Ms. Dara Turnbull, Research Coordinator of Housing Europe. Finally, tomorrow afternoon session will focus on housing affordability challenges for Southeast Europe. We'll hear from representatives of the national governments from Albania, Montenegro, Serbia, and from Habitat for Humanity USAID on the key challenges and programs in the sub-region. Now, without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Andrej Vizjak, the Minister of Environment and Spatial Planning of Slovenia, to make an opening address. The presentation will take place, will be held in Slovenian. Please.
Spoštovane dame in gospodje, veliko čast mi je, da vas lahko v imenu Ministrstva za okolje in prostor Republike Slovenije pozdravim na regionalni konferenci UNECE. Tema tokratne konference bo zagotavljanje dostopnosti stanovanj. Gre za enega najzahtevnejših izzivov, s katerimi se soočamo tako v Sloveniji kot v večini ostalih držav članic UNECE. Zato je pomembno, da se pri reševanju te problematike povezujemo, izmenjujemo izkušnje ter delimo primere dobrih praks. Uvodoma se zahvaljujem našim organizacijskim partnerjem, to je UNECE, Housing Europe, UN Habitat in Uniji za Sredozemlje, v sodelovanju s katerimi smo pripravili program te konference. Prepričan sem, da bo vsebina današnjega in jutrišnjega programa pomembno doprinesla k celovitemu sistemskemu zagotavljanju dostopa do primernih stanovanj. Zahvaljujem se tudi vsem predstavnikom stroke in politike, ki bodo v nadaljevanju sodelovali pri vsebinskih predstavitvah, panelih, razpravah ter delavnicah. Vnovič želim poudariti, kako pomembno se mi zdi to vrstno mednarodno sodelovanje, kjer imamo možnost medsebojnega učenja in delitve izkušenj, s čimer se bomo pri oblikovanju rešitev izognili ponavljanju starih napak ter sledili primerom dobrih praks. Veseli me, da je vsebina konference zastavljena široko, saj nas izkušnje učijo, da zagotavljanje dostopa do stanovanj nikakor ni le gradnja stanovanjskih blokov. Vkolikor bi sodili po gibanju števila prebivalstva, ki v večini evropskih držav žal stagnira in pada, se problem oteženega dostopa do stanovanj sploh ne bi smel pojaviti. Pa vemo, da temu ni tako, saj je pomembno, kje se ta stanovanja nahajajo, v kakšnem stanju so, ter po kakšni ceni so na voljo. Vprašanje dostopnosti stanovanj, tako poleg gradnje zadostnega števila stanovanj, zajema tudi ustrezno izvajanje strateškega planiranja, zemljiške politike, lokalnega prostorskega načrtovanja ter oblikovanja primernih instrumentov financiranja. Še posebej koristno in uporabno bi v okviru programa izpostavili pripravo študije Housing 2030. Študija bo v luči prizadevanja za trajnostno oskrbo stanovanj celostno obravnavala ponudbo stanovanj po dostopnih najemninah, brezdomstvo, kakovost stanovanj, dostop do opremljenih zemljišč ter naraščajočo revščino v mestih. Prepričan sem, da bodo zaključki študije, tako kot vse ostale vsebine konference, dobrodošel prispevek tudi za Slovenijo. Ključni projekt, ki trenutno poteka na področju stanovanj v Sloveniji, je prenova stanovanjske zakonodaje ter vzpostavitev vzdržnega sistema zagotavljanja dostopnih najemnih stanovanj. Pri tem sledimo javnemu interesu, ki je v ustvarjanju pogojev, s katerimi se širokemu krogu prebivalstva zagotavlja enake možnosti za reševanje stanovanjskega vprašanja in s tem uresničevanje naše ustavne pravice do primernega stanovanja. Za konec se želim zahvaliti tudi vsem udeležencem konference, ki boste prihodnje 2 dni z nami prek spletne povezave. Vaše veliko število potrjuje aktualnost obravnavane teme, hkrati pa nas vse deležnike zavezuje k angažiranemu in predanemu delu. Dovolite mi, da se še enkrat zahvalim za zaupanje, ki ste nam ga kot organizatorji te konference izkazali, ter vam zaželim uspešno delo in srečno.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Wiziak, and thank you also for reminding us the high number of participants in this webinar. We reached around 250 people attending, and this is really an indication of the gravity and the importance of the problem. But allow me now to introduce Ms. Elga Argayeva, the UNECE Executive Secretary, to make her opening remarks. We are very much honored to have our Executive Secretary opening this webinar, also as a sign of the importance of the topic at hand. It's over to you.
Thank you, dear Paula. Your Excellency, Minister Wiziak, Your Excellency, Madam Asia, dear colleagues, it's really my big privilege to welcome you to this regional online workshop, Housing Governance to Support Housing Affordability. I would like to express my gratitude to the Ministry of Environment and Spatial Planning of Slovenia for co-organizing this important event with us, with UNECE. I would also like to express a special thanks to our partners who supported the organization of this event: Housing Europe, UN Habitat, and the Union for the Mediterranean. The pandemic has highlighted the importance of responding to the challenges of housing affordability, particularly for vulnerable groups. Staying at home has been one of the most effective ways of limiting the spread of the virus. However, housing in our region remains inadequate, and quality housing is quite often unaffordable. Improving housing affordability is currently one of the most important policy challenges that countries and cities in the UNECE region face. The various aspects of this challenge include an undersupply of affordable housing, a continuous increase in urban rent prices, low quality housing and urban infrastructure, limited access to land for housing construction and renovation, and rising urban poverty and homelessness. Ensuring housing affordability has long been a priority of the UNECE. Back in 2015, UNECE endorsed the Geneva UN Charter on Sustainable Housing to support our member states as they seek to ensure access to decent, adequate, affordable, and healthy housing for all. The housing issue has been discussed on several occasions at a ministerial level. This year, UNECE will organize a ministerial meeting on urban development, housing, and land management. It will take place on October 6 to 8, 2021 in Geneva, and will focus on affordable, adequate, resilient housing in livable cities, including cities which face extreme weather conditions. The ministerial meeting will support the regional exchange of experiences and good practices for promoting access to decent, adequate, affordable, and healthy housing as part of the country's responses to and recovery plans for the COVID-19 pandemic. It will discuss the ways in which governments can accelerate the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals with a particular focus on SDG 11 and its target 11.1 on safe and affordable housing, and how they contribute to the implementation of innovative practices to build back better, or I prefer to tell, recovering better in the housing sector. Ministers from 56 UNECE member states will share their views on the housing affordability challenges facing their countries and on the progress made by their governments in addressing those challenges over the last 10 years. During the ministerial meeting, we will also hear about a study, Housing 2030, Improving Housing Affordability in the UNECE region, which is being developed by UNECE in cooperation with Housing Europe and UN Habitat. This study aims to explore housing affordability challenges and existing policy instruments for improving housing affordability in the UNECE region. The next, to facilitate the exchange and dissemination of good practices in improving housing affordability among countries and cities of the UNECE region, and finally, to identify needs of policymakers to further develop and implement policies addressing housing affordability. The study explores the following 4 topics: housing governance and regulation, access to finance and funding, access and availability of land for housing construction, and climate neutral housing construction and renovation. The housing ministerial meeting is also expected to endorse a regional action plan for the UNECE region hashtag Housing 2030, promoting sustainable housing as part of the recovery and rebuilding plans after the COVID-19 pandemic. The Regional Action Plan will support governments in the recovery from the COVID-19 crisis through the sharing of examples and good practices in facilitating investments and promoting the Building Better approach and proposing approaches on how they can rebuild in a way that increases the resilience of homes to disasters, creates more affordable and healthier homes, and reduces homelessness and inequality. I very much believe that today's workshop will be an important milestone in the process of preparation for the UNECE Housing Ministerial Meeting. Furthermore, we'll have an opportunity today to hear about the progress on the development of the Housing 2030 study on housing affordability and the draft Regional Action Plan on housing. If there is only one lesson to learn from COVID-19 pandemic, it is that cities have and can adapt rapidly to changing situations. The rapid change of our urban reality is possible. Behavioral patterns can be adapted, and humans can stand in unprecedented solidarity for a common cause. Let me conclude, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, by recalling the words of the renowned architect Lord Norman Foster. He was here in Geneva with us to open the first UN Forum of Mayors convened by the UNECE in October 2020 by saying, now citation, "Historical precedent shows that the cities have the opportunity to be transformed to being safer, more beautiful, quieter, cleaner, healthier, greener, in the most literal sense. There are trends that already exist, and the pandemic is accelerating and magnifying them. Those trends are towards less space for cars and more space for people. So the potential is through mobility, through changing work patterns, through new roles for industry and culture to transform the city for the better." End of citation. So while COVID-19 continues to be catastrophic, it also offers a chance to transform our cities and homes and create a new normal, a normal that benefits all people and our planet. Thank you for your attention. Back to you, Paula.
Thank you. I'll unmute myself because I see I am muted and I'm unmuted and then I get muted again. Thank you. I was thanking Ms. Algayeva. Olga, thank you so much. And also for reminding us that while the pandemic is indeed a catastrophe, it can be seen as an accelerator for some positive change in cities. Next is on my list is His Excellency Ms. Asia, I hope I pronounced the name correctly, the Deputy Secretary General for Transport and Urban Development of the Union for the Mediterranean, also to deliver some opening remarks. Welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Madam Executive Secretary, ladies and gentlemen, the Union for the Mediterranean, or the UFM, is an intergovernmental organization with 42 member states. Its membership covers all EU member states and all the other Mediterranean littoral countries, among others. Increasing rate of urbanization is a mega trend. It interacts with economic growth, climate change, demographic shifts, and the emergence of the fourth industrial revolution technologies and inequalities. Urbanization relates to all sustainable development goals, directly or indirectly. It can either reinforce geographical, spatial inequalities or stimulate more balanced social and economic development. In fact, UN economists predict that in 2030, when the international community might plan to establish global targets for the year 2045, achieving sustainable development would rest on sustainable urban development. Against this background, and in view of the fact that the Mediterranean is the most densely populated closed sea in the world, and that it is warming up 20% faster than the global average, the UFM had launched a science-led, multi-stakeholder, iterative consultation process to indicate the way forward in the urban sector. This consultative process culminated in December 2020 in a recommendation for the adoption of 2 draft UFM action plans, namely the UFM Strategic Urban Development Action Plan 2040 for sustainable, resilient, and inclusive cities and communities in the Mediterranean, and the UFM Housing Action Plan for affordable and sustainable housing as a vector for inclusive, integrated, and sustainable urban development and regeneration. These 2 action plans were devised by an academic team from the Delft University of Technology, comprised of Associate Professor Roberto Rocco, Associate Professor Ramon Roy, and Professor Carola Hein. Associate Professor Julie Lawson was a key contributor to our housing action plan. Dr. Jyoti Hosagranagar, who is the Deputy Director of the World Heritage Center at UNESCO, was instrumental in mainstreaming into these action plans the UNESCO recommendation on the historic urban landscape. The UFM Strategic Urban Development Action Plan draws upon almost 50 key global and regional policy frameworks. It underlines that the long-term sustainability and fairness of urban solutions would rely on the representation of multiple perspectives through multi-level and polycentric governance. The Strategic Action Plan advises the development, harmonization, and cohesion of 2 complementary instruments at national and local levels, namely national urban policy documents and integrated city development strategies. The UFM Housing Action Plan is a strategic document anchored in the UFM Strategic Urban Development Action Plan. It's also based on the Urban Agenda for EU Partnership on Housing. The UFM Housing Action Plan takes stock of key regional challenges to sustainable and integrated housing. The UFM Housing Action Plan also indicates financing mechanisms for affordable housing, along with illustrative examples. It recognizes that national housing systems are culture-specific and context-dependent across the region. It also indicates the way forward as regards the governance of affordable and sustainable housing. Key recommendations in the UFM Housing Action Plan include the following. First and foremost, national governments should develop integrated, transsectoral, inclusive, climate sensitive, and economically, environmentally, and socially sustainable, as well as culturally grounded, disaster resilient, and future-proof national housing strategies. Secondly, those national housing strategies should be incorporated into integrated city development strategies. Thirdly, national governments should regularly review and evaluate their national housing policies. They should carry out evidence-based gap analysis of their urban regulations in view of challenges to sustainable and integrated housing, as well as systemic barriers to housing access in their countries. Moreover, national housing policies should define operational guidelines using evidence-based analysis to identify gaps in implementation and financing. National housing policies should also identify financing mechanisms that describe affordable housing as infrastructure subject to needs-based capital investment. Furthermore, national housing policies should identify mechanisms that address land availability in cities with an emphasis on the governance of land use while assessing the quality of existing housing stock, its locational challenges and opportunities, its historical and heritage value, and its future development potential. In addition to the UFM Strategic Urban Development and Housing Action Plans, we look forward to the publication of two important documents which would no doubt reinforce the knowledge base that the UFM draws upon in putting its urban agenda into practice. The first of these documents is the upcoming Housing 2030 report on improving housing affordability in the
Miss Asia,
region.
sorry to remind you because we are running out of time, so just
okay, I will wrap up. The second one is the prospective integrated strategy on public, social, and affordable housing to be issued by the European Commission. In conclusion, I would like to reaffirm that the UFM stands ready to collaborate closely with all the UN bodies and specialized agencies concerned, in particular with the UNECE, UN Habitat, and UNESCO, in supporting UFM member states in their efforts towards putting all these recommendations into practice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Hazia, for the cooperation, and congratulations for your plan. I hope that this will also inspire the UNECE and the UNECE action plan on housing affordability, and I'm sure it would. Now, without further ado, let me move on to Mr. Bernd Madsen, the President of Housing Europe, to deliver his opening statements, and I take the opportunity in advance to thank already Housing Europe for the long-standing cooperation with our office, and good to see you.
And thank you very much, and thank you for the cooperation with you. And on behalf of Housing Europe, I would like to begin by extending my thanks to the organizers of today's event, and particularly to the Slovenian Ministry. It's really great to have your support. It's true, when we discuss housing affordability, sometimes both in positive and in negative terms, there are many so-called experts, and many of them have biases. They like to discuss excellent social housing delivery in Vienna, for example, or multi-stakeholder approach in Finland. And in my own country, Denmark, the housing finance model in my country, which give many access to affordable housing, and we have a refurbishment model which is based on a recycling national building fund. While all of these models, they are excellent examples of good practice in housing, but if we are honest, we often have a blind spot in our discussions. This causes us often to overlook and discount the experiences and solutions of low and middle income households outside our traditional sphere of inquiry. South and Eastern Europe is one of these regions which can be overlooked. But luckily, I sense now that the tide is turning. We have seen a huge increase in activity and initiatives in both public and civil society groups in the region in recent years, which aim to promote better and more sustainable housing outcomes. My colleagues at Housing Europe have been very happy to support our members in the region during the ongoing pandemic and also have learned a lot from them and share their experiences. We're also happy that in the recent months, we have welcomed a new member to the Housing Europe family, the Ministry of Physical Planning, Construction and State Assets of Croatia. And we hope that other promoters of affordable housing in the region will join them in the coming months or years. Given the location of today's event, and at least in a spiritual sense, we must say now, I would also like to give a special mention to your colleagues in the Housing Fund of the Republic of Slovenia. We are very proud of their ambition and their determination to deliver more affordable homes in Slovenia and the promotion of greater social cohesion and inclusion. As you know, this event is a part of the ongoing Housing 2030 initiative, which is being led by Housing Europe and our friends in UNECE and UN Habitat. The Housing 2030 initiative aims to change our thinking about housing issues that we face by promoting positivity and tried and tested policy tools. Having had a chance to review some of the work that Dr. Julie Lawson and the rest of the writing teams have already produced, I believe that the project has the potential to have a significant impact on and right across the UNECE region. I am, of course, happy to see that there is a great variety of tools and policies being highlighted, which represent a diversity of housing circumstances that exist in the UNECE region. Of course, public and cooperative and social housing are and will continue to be important. Indeed, in a recent review on promoting inclusive growth in the post-COVID world, the OECD had stated, and now there's a citation here, investment in social housing, construction and renovation can be a central part of a more sustainable, inclusive economic recovery as countries chart the path towards economic recovery in the wake of COVID-19. On that message, I would like to leave you and wish you all a very informative and engaging conference over these 2 days. Thank you very much for your time. Have a very good conference.
Thank you very much, Mr. Madsen. And let's go to the last opening speech from Ms. Shipra Narangsuri, Chief of UN Habitat Urban Practices Branch, for her opening remarks before we enter into the most substantive part of the workshop. Last but not least, of course, my thank you to UN Habitat for the partnership and for always being with us when it comes to issues related to affordability of housing in our region. Shipra, I give it to you.
Thank you very much, Paola. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, partners, dear friends. It's my absolute pleasure to welcome you on behalf of UN Habitat to this online workshop, which brings together a variety of stakeholders engaged in the housing sector and more broadly in urban development to discuss the role of housing governance to support housing affordability. Since its founding, UN Habitat has worked tirelessly to promote the realization of the right to adequate housing for all, as one of the transformative forces that can lead the world to overcome challenges related to climate change, poverty, exclusion, and inequality. Our effort has equally been to positively influence cities to embark upon a path to inclusive, planned, and sustainable urbanization. In this decade of action on the SDGs, we are committed to ensure that the growth of cities and nations around the world translates into more equally distributed opportunities and positive outcomes, and that no one and no place is left behind. The COVID-19 crisis has highlighted the importance of this endeavor in no uncertain terms. The pandemic has shown us how deeply housing relates to people and communities' health, dignity, well-being, inclusion, and safety. The pandemic has also demonstrated how, without inclusive cities and urban development based on ensuring adequate standards of living for all, the impacts of future shocks and stresses may be as acute as, or in fact greater than, they have been during the current outbreak. Ladies and gentlemen, if cities continue to be divided starkly along lines of income, gender, ethnicity, and migration status, leaving no one behind will become progressively more difficult. We therefore need a fundamental policy shift and investments, of course, in adequate, accessible, safe, and affordable housing that meet the needs of different groups in society, including an aging and more diverse population, persons with disabilities, young people, and young families. The recovery phase needs to take an equitable approach to ensure that the needs and exposure of all people, especially those in marginalized communities and settings, are addressed. For all these reasons, I am particularly pleased to be here today to celebrate Housing 2030 and our collaboration with UNECE and Housing Europe on the topic of affordability. This is a topic that remains the fastest growing and most pervasive housing issue, the most pervasive housing challenge in the European region, and often translates into increasing urban poverty and homelessness. The challenge of better understanding how to increase access to quality and affordable housing in various contexts, how to formulate and deliver targeted policy responses, and how to measure housing affordability is made even more urgent by the growing income instability triggered by the economic spillovers of COVID-19. So Housing 2030 is as timely as it is crucial. We are confident that its work to facilitate the identification, sharing, and exchange of experiences and good practices will allow the formulation of viable solutions and appropriate policies for specific national and local contexts. I would like to close by especially thanking Minister Andrej Vizjak, the Minister of Environmental and Spatial Planning of Slovenia and co-host of this workshop, as well as appreciating again the partners which are powering the Housing 2030 initiative. Thank you all once again for your efforts to achieve adequate, accessible, safe, and affordable housing for all. And I wish you a fruitful discussion in this workshop. Back to you, Paula. Thank you.
Many thanks, Shipra, and thanks again to UN Habitat for the cooperation. We will now really start our session, session 1, which is focused on the overview of key international initiatives on affordable housing in Europe. The speakers are invited to address the following guiding questions in their presentations. What are your organization key programs supporting housing affordability in Europe? What are the key activities and expected outcomes? And who are your key partners? We will start with Mr. Tilman Buchholz, representing the German Federal Ministry of the Interior, Building and Community, to make his presentation. Mr. Buchholz, over to you.
Thank you very much, Paola. Good afternoon. from Berlin. Good afternoon, dear excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and colleagues. It's a pleasure for me to briefly introduce the new Leipzig Charter as the main outcome of the German EU Council presidency in the second semester of 2020. So this is a brand new document in the framework of urban development. So it's not exclusively focused on housing policy, but there are links to housing that I would like to explain today. And as previous speakers already have indicated, that housing is always embedded in greater framework like urban development. The new Leipzig Charter has been adopted at the informal ministerial meeting in the framework of intergovernmental cooperation on urban matters last November, after an intensive and very inclusive 2 years period of preparation. The ministers concluded on 2 documents at this meeting: the new Leipzig Charter as a strategic framework or a guideline for urban development for the, let's say, next 10 years, emphasizing the idea of the common good, and the so-called implementation document that addresses the implementation of the principles of the new Leipzig Charter and that envisages also the next steps for the urban agenda for the EU. The next slide, please. Here you can see the new Leipzig Charter in a nutshell. The new Leipzig Charter unfolds along 5 key principles of good urban governance. You can see them in the left top column here. These principles are applied to the 3 dimensions of the European city, as the Charter calls it: the just, the green, and the productive city in the center here, and at 3 spatial levels of the European city. That's the neighborhood level, the local authority in its specific national context, and the so-called functional area, so that the city with its surrounding region or a greater metro region. At the bottom of this graphic, you can see the 3 pillars of the empowerment of cities. So these pillars show what cities need to deal with current and future challenges to transform. Next slide, please. I can highlight here only a very few of the main elements of this document, the new Leipzig Charter. One feature is the model of the 3 cities: the just, the green, and the productive city. This is somehow also similar to the triangle of sustainability that you all very well know. The Charter embraces also digitalization as a cross-cutting issue that influences all the 3 other dimensions. And what is also crucial here is that these dimensions shall not be seen as silos or boxes, but they are absolutely interlinked between each other, which is, of course, the core idea of integrated urban development. On the next slide, please. So what is behind these key words or 3 dimensions? The just city. It is about equal opportunities and environmental justice, leaving no one behind, always also indicated by previous speakers as an important objective, of course. It's about access to infrastructure for everyone, integration and anti-segregation policy. And here the new Leipzig Charter refers to adequate, accessible, safe, and affordable housing as a key component of the common good. The green city is about combating global warming, of course, or everything which is about climate change, a high-quality urban environment, renewable energy, carbon-neutral buildings are also mentioned, urban mobility as another important feature. And the productive city that addresses diversified economy, cities as attractive, innovative and competitive business locations. And it's about the shift to digital, service-oriented and low-carbon economy that can promote new forms of mixed-use neighborhoods. The next slide, please. This now we move here to the key principles of good urban governance. Main political message of the whole document is the focus on the common good. And this is also new compared to other or previous documents. Key aspect in respect of the common good are strengthening the cohesion of urban societies, including the most vulnerable groups. Urban policy for the common good also means to act in the interest of all and to balance public and private interests, and to safeguard accessibility and affordability of services and infrastructure for all. And here the New Leipzig Charter again refers to the housing amongst other relevant fields like healthcare, education, or social services and other. And this obviously also relates to the current COVID crisis and to the resilience of our cities. On the slide, you can also see some other principles like the integrated approach, participation and co-creation, place-based approach, but I won't go into detail here. So the next slide, please. So what is unique for the New Leipzig Charter is that it does not stop at emphasizing general principles, but it also addresses the questions, what do cities need to being capable to answer current and future challenges? Empowering cities to transform is a headline here. Support from various levels is necessary, from national level, from European level. Urban governance to ensure the common good needs legal framework conditions, funding programs, or at least a stable financial basis of a city, skilled employees for sure, a steerability of infrastructure and public services and public welfare. So next slide, please. When it comes to a powerful national policy framework, the New Leipzig Charter, here the member states shall support active and strategic land policy. And here again, housing is mentioned in the Charter as one of the key policy fields that have to be addressed by land policy. So here it's about sufficient areas for affordable housing to ensure mixed neighborhoods and avoid speculation. So this is another important reference to housing in this document. And the final slide demonstrates here what the New Leipzig Charter demands from the European level. The Charter underlines the role of the urban dimension of cohesion policy and the coming European Urban Initiative of the European Commission, and also the importance of the knowledge exchange on sustainable urban development. And finally, the ministers also call to continue the urban agenda for the EU. And this is then also the link to the second document adopted at the ministerial, the so-called implementation document that leads the way to the next highlight, the informal ministerial under Slovenian presidency in November this year, when the next phase of the urban agenda for the EU will be shaped. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Buschholz, and thank you also for sticking to the time. 10 minutes, perfect. We are a little bit behind schedule, so I would like to invite the next speakers also to keep to their 10 minutes. We will then shorten a bit our coffee break. It is my pleasure now to invite Ms. Marissa Ploin, a housing policy analyst from the Directorate for Employment, Labour and Social Affairs of OECD. Marissa, the floor is yours.
Thank you. If you can hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay, great. So thank you again for the invitation today. It's really a pleasure to be with you. What I'm going to do is walk you through just kind of a little bit of what we're doing at the OECD in terms of affordable housing. And for those who may not be familiar with our work, in a nutshell, we are measuring housing outcomes across countries and also looking within countries to see which groups, which populations might be struggling more than others. We are formulating policy recommendations and looking to also share good practice. So that's a very, very high level, short version of what we do. And I just wanted to start today with this chart that I think is important. Because if we look at Slovenia, like many OECD countries, it is dominated by homeowners, around 3/4 of households who own their home, most of whom own it outright. They don't have a mortgage or anything to pay off. And you can see here on the chart that in the dark green and the lighter green colors, these are the homeowners of OECD countries. So it's very much common to have mostly homeowners, but you do have a few countries, Germany and Switzerland on the far right of this chart, that are majority renters. So they are a bit in the minority, if you could say, in OECD. And just as I think this is important to show both sides actually, to say that countries start from very different housing contexts. You know, housing is very much context specific, but I would say there are, you know, it's a pretty clear trend towards homeownership within the OECD. Next slide, please. And so one of the things, I mean, despite these differences, despite these different starting points, there are some housing challenges that we see as being quite common across many of the countries we work with. The first, and this has been mentioned, most of these have been mentioned by the speakers who preceded me, but some of the things I want to look at a little bit after. One is that there are rising housing prices, and this is especially the case in the private rental sector over the past few decades. And this means that households are spending more on housing costs than they used to. And we'll see this is especially the case for low-income households who spend more, but it's actually the case for everyone on average. The second challenge that we see in a lot of countries is that there is a need to maintain and upgrade the housing stock. So we have some housing quality deficiencies, and this is fairly common across countries, although in some countries you have a much larger share of the stock that needs to be upgraded. And this includes both, you know, technical upgrades, but also, as we know, in the context of the renovation wave and everything going on with the European Union, there is quite a strong need to improve the energy efficiency of the housing stock in most countries. The third point, this has been mentioned by a few speakers, is that we do see growing rates of homelessness in a lot of countries, and we see more and more different types of people becoming homeless. And what I mean by that is that, you know, traditionally it was single middle-aged men who became homeless and who made up the majority of the population and majority of the homeless population in most countries. But now we're seeing more women, more migrants, more families with children, more youth, and in some countries also more seniors, more elderly people becoming homeless. And I'm going to come back to these last 2 points in a little bit, but we do, I think one of the big challenges we've been looking at is that over the past few decades is that governments tend to, on average, be investing less in housing development, so the actual construction of housing in countries. And finally, I think it's been mentioned as well, but the COVID-19 pandemic has put a spotlight on these quality and affordability gaps that were already there. The COVID crisis didn't create these; they had been there for a long time. But we really got to see kind of the urgency in addressing them. And something we've been tracking as well is that quite a few governments put into place emergency supports to help people keep in their homes, to help people stay in their homes. These have been, in the most case, quite effective and quite important. But the big question is what will come next? Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, the price of housing has increased in many OECD countries over the past 15 years or so. This chart you see for housing prices, and Slovenia is actually one of the few, I think there's 6 or 7 countries or so on the left-hand side, where housing prices have overall declined between 2005 and 2020. But in most countries, you see the higher prices today relative to 2005. And the next slide, thank you. But I think what's interesting here is that we see a much more uniform trend if we just look at the rental price index. And so again, on the left hand of this chart, you see the decline in prices. It's really just in 2 countries, in Greece and Japan, but in every other OECD country, you have an increase in rental prices. And in some cases, a huge increase if you look on the far right of this slide. And so this is something I think we're very much, this is pre-COVID data. And so we're looking at, this was a situation where renters in most countries had been facing rising prices over the past decade. So they were already in many places a bit more fragile. Next slide, please. And so this, as I had mentioned moments ago, when we look at average household spending across countries, this is across, I believe it's 20 OECD countries, and we see that whether we're talking about the lower income group, the middle income group, or the upper income group, housing is the biggest spending item in all households. And of course, it takes up more of the share of the budgets of low income households, around 37% of their budgets on average. So this is ahead of other spending items like health, like food and clothing, education, etc. Next bit, thank you. And what we also see is when we look at across time, since 2005, the spending of households on housing has increased more than any other household spending item. So more than health, more than transport, more than education, which all increased a little bit. Housing increased by a lot more. And then this means that households then have less to spend on other items like food, like clothing, leisure, etc. So this just to give you a picture of what we see in terms of these rising housing costs and then what that means actually for household budgets. Next slide, please. And as I mentioned, when we look, I mean, one reason, it's not the only factor, but one reason we can say that there's this problem of increasing demand in a lot of places for affordable housing, but there's just not enough supply of housing, and particularly affordable and social housing. And when we look at this chart, that helps to understand a little bit of why that might be the case. So if you have the bars on the bottom with the green coloring, that's showing how much governments have been spending on housing construction, so the actual building of housing since 2001. And so you see a pretty clear trend of a decline in government spending on housing. The dark green shaded bit is the direct investment in housing development by governments, which has gone to well, it's increased slightly since 2017, but not by much, and that's compared to the light green shading of the bars, which is governments transferring funding to others who will build housing. And so this is just an important part of the picture of why there's a supply problem, because governments have been spending on average less to build housing. And then the dark, the black bar, or sorry, the black line going across the top is showing spending on housing allowances, so housing benefits, vouchers, whatever they might be in a given country. And these have remained relatively stable. This spending has remained relatively stable over the past couple decades. Next slide, please. And if we look at the COVID-19 pandemic, there are a couple things I think that we're tracking. The first is that, as sort of had been expected at the very outset of the crisis last spring, is that there's been a renewed focus on gaps in housing quality and access to services. This is during the lockdown orders that have come, in and out of countries. And what we expected, what a lot of researchers expected, and what has proven to be the case, at least in countries for which we have some evidence, in France, in the United Kingdom, in the United States, is that we have seen higher infection rates of COVID-19 among people who lived in overcrowded and high density environments. The second thing we have been watching is in terms of housing insecurity that came about from the economic fallout from COVID. And where we have data, there's if you're not familiar with these surveys, they're very much worth taking a look at, both the Eurofound survey for European countries and the United States Household Pulse survey. And we're seeing very different impacts across tenures. So whether we're looking at homeowners or renters, whether we're looking at low income, middle income, or higher income households, and then different types of household characteristics. Young people have been especially hard hit in many places. And finally, another thing we have been tracking is looking at, well, what have governments been doing to help people stay in their homes? And if you look at the next slide, so this is a table that we continually update, so it's always out of date whenever we show it in a seminar, but we do it anyways. And just to know that I think one thing important here is that we've grouped them by, what kind of supports for tenants, what kind of support was made available for homeowners, for all households regardless of tenure, and then for people who are homeless or at risk of homelessness. And looking here, I think important to see that eviction bans and mortgage holidays have been by far the most common types of emergency support that have been introduced in OECD countries. And I think what some of the evidence that exists already is telling us that at least in terms of eviction bans and emergency orders to keep utilities on in housing, these have been very useful. And in fact, we've even seen evidence that they have managed to help where they introduced eviction bans and deferred utility payments.
Marisa, I should invite you to get to conclusion because it's
yes, this is
over 10 minutes. Sorry.
No problem. This is the end. And in countries and in places where they have done that, they've seen lower infection rates and lower death rates from COVID. I think the big question, however, is what happens next. For instance, people that have been deferring their rent payments, deferring their mortgage payments, they're going to have to pay them back. And so what is that going to look like? Final slide, please. This is just so you know, these are all publicly free available information and data that are at your disposal should you wish to take a look. I wanted to thank you again for the invitation and for the any questions you may have. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Marisa. I was actually staring at all the data you shared. Very interesting, very, very interesting. I've seen some tables were for 2016. I will be very curious to see what they will give after COVID, because that will be really the big question. but we will have an opportunity, of course, to share this information. Thank you so much. Next is Ms. Natalie Robel, Head of Urban Health at WHO. I'm pretty sure we'll have another very interesting presentation. I'll leave it to you, Natalie. Over to you.
Thank you very much. And dear colleagues, thanks for inviting me to this panel discussions. And I'm very, very happy to have the opportunity to share some of the thoughts and some of our work on the links between housing, affordability, and health. And a lot of the issues that I will be touching upon actually have already been, mentioned in the presentations before me. Next slide, please. So just maybe a couple of sentences to set the scene. Housing is definitely one of the main pathways through which social and environmental inequalities do translate into health equity. And we know that vulnerable populations are more affected by poor housing conditions. This has been mentioned before. We know that older people, for example, and those with chronic diseases spend more time indoors, and also that poor housing conditions lead to more absenteeism from work and school, and therefore have implications for tenure security and maintenance of housing and education. So there is certainly no doubt that multi-sectoral solutions are required for addressing social and environmental causes of poor housing. And interventions that do create healthier homes can help actually to break this cycle by improving health and broader social economic outcomes. In these housing-related interventions, they need to be complemented by very targeted policy interventions related to education, to employment, to health systems, and therefore social policies ensuring housing affordability, and I would even actually call it healthy housing affordability, are a key instrument to protect health. Next slide. So on this slide, you can see a complex pathway through which housing conditions impact health and well-being. But I think what is important for our discussions today is to stress here that the housing features and hazards that do impact health are very often determined by what quality of housing people can afford. So the social and economic determinants do play a key role in determining population's health, and therefore need to be an integral part of the work that we are doing from a public health perspective. Next slide. So over the last decades, I would say WHO has addressed the social and the built environmental determinants of housing. And on this slide, you can see some examples, starting with some sectoral briefing series that were developed back in the context of the World Conference on Social Determinants of Health. And the reason why I'm putting this here in this slide is that the briefing actually summarized and synthesized knowledge on the housing and health link and presented key arguments and evidence on the impacts of very specific interventions with a specific emphasis on health equity. And the interventions that were highlighted there were really a mix between environmental, urban planning, built environment interventions, but at the same time, key social policies that were necessary to address housing affordability. And all this work, and I'm gonna go to the very right, of my slide. All this work actually led to the development of WHO's housing and health guidelines. They do bring together the most recent scientific evidence to provide practical recommendations to reduce the health burden due to unsafe and substandard housing. And you may know that one of the key functions of WHO is to provide that normative guidance. And actually these guidelines were the very first that were targeting a very specific sector. So it's not a clinical guideline, it's not a health outcome guideline, but it's a guideline which is really looking at one sector in particular. So they are setting really the basis for WHO's work on housing and health, and they are based on systematic evidence reviews. And they do provide very concrete recommendations relevant to a number of housing risks, including inadequate living space, like crowding, low and high indoor temperatures, injury hazards in the home, and accessibility of housing for people with functional impairments. And I'm just highlighting some of those that are particularly relevant in the context of affordability. And these guidelines, they actually rely on a strong collaboration with key partners and UN agencies, so research partners, but also, key UN and other agencies. And I would like to thank once again the great support that was actually received for this specific piece of work by UN Habitat and UNECE in overall the process. So just to come back to the guidelines, they are aiming at informing housing policies and regulations at the very different levels, understanding that if we want, even if policies very often are implemented at the very urban level, they need and they are related to national and regional mechanisms. And they are obviously aiming at those actors who are directly involved in the construction, in the maintenance and the demolition, but also in the policies, social policies including, that do influence human health and safety. And I would like to highlight just two examples in a context of the link to housing affordability. And again, stressing that when we talk about affordability, affordable housing, we really understand it as healthy housing. Next slide. So let me start by the topic of energy poverty that was just mentioned in the previous presentation, which actually is a clear indicator for healthy housing affordability. And in this slide, I'm using the work that colleagues in New Zealand have been doing and have supported our work to illustrate the topic. And we know that energy poverty is determined by a large number of factors, such as energy efficiency of household appliances, of the buildings, but obviously also including household income. And if we go to the next slide, we also know that energy poverty is translating into cold indoor temperature, and that is then becoming a health determinant because it's having impact on health, such as the respiratory system, so causing respiratory diseases, acute respiratory illnesses. And these are just to name a few ones, maybe those that are most known to be, related to cold indoor temperatures. So if we go to the next slide, you can see the concrete example where the topic of low indoor temperature and fuel poverty was really included into a WHO normative guideline, where a clear recommendation was done on which level of indoor temperature should be ensured and what kind of interventions needed to be put in place. So there is a need of ensuring a minimum 80 degrees temperature as a key public health measure. Next slide. However, I think that's where things get particularly tricky and important. Every guideline needs to be accompanied by a concrete implementation plan and by related tools and materials that do help member states to translate those guidelines into practical action. And in this view, WHO has developed an implementation plan that includes what we call a housing and health implementation toolkit. And again, this has been developed based on strong collaboration with research institutions, UN organizations such as UN Habitat, NGOs, and others. And the first item on it is the production of a list, a repository of housing regulations and policies that do aim at applying the guideline recommendations on the ground. What I would like to highlight here is that these policies and regulations, they do encompass policies and regulations from very different fields. So they do relate to building regulations, they do build to urban planning regulations, as I was saying before, but they also have very specific reference to existing social policies, norms, and processes and action plans that will allow to address housing and housing affordability as a health issue. And if you could go to the next slide, please. This is a similar example. You will see it as another example. It's overcrowding. The issue of overcrowding strongly relates to housing affordability. And it was identified as a priority issue by the guideline. And actually in these times where we are facing the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic, crowding has again been put high on the public health agenda. So in this repository, you can see that the policies that have been identified as examples, they actually come from social interventions policies. They come from broader action plans. And you can see here, for example, the example of Nigeria, where we have a national housing policy, where we have a broader urban program or development program. But so you can see that we have tried to put together examples to address overcrowding as a public health, issue with a large variety of different entry points. And to move to the next slide, I just would like to pause on a third example. And again, this relates to the presentation made by the colleague just before me, and it's about homelessness. So here, again, we are facing today, and I'm using data from FEANZA, 700,000 people in the EU, including the UK, that live actually on the street without a shelter. And actually, homelessness has increased by 70% over the last 10 years. And it's becoming a chronic problem. And it's becoming a chronic problem even in countries which do face a pretty strong social welfare system. And if we look at the next slide at the health outcomes, we certainly see that homelessness has a key impact on health. So we know that it has an impact on physical and mental health, on communicable and non-communicable diseases. But I also would like to stress that that access to housing is strongly linked with access to health care. So health insurance, the use of health care, for example, are closely linked to the housing affordability problem. And we have seen this very strongly in the pandemic. So addressing housing and health does not only require more strong collaboration with the housing sector, but with the health sector and the health system as well. So these are just like a couple of examples to show that when we are talking about affordability and of housing and health, we need to look at it from a large variety of entry points, from a determinants perspective, from a social and social equity perspective, but certainly we need to put that in the context also of health system strengthening, meaning that investing in housing and affordable housing is also a way of strengthening core health systems in the region and across the globe, and vice versa. Having strong health systems and health care needs to be going hand in hand with strong mechanisms of housing policies, ensuring housing affordability. So I would like maybe to stop here.
Yes, thank you, because you passed the 10 minutes. So
yes, this is my last slide, and I was just closing and looking forward to any comments or discussions. Thank you very much.
We'll get to questions a little bit later, but thank you so much, Natalie, and thank you for putting this actually into the context of COVID and showing us how many more challenges are ahead of us, as you also mentioned, the health systems, and this indeed goes hand in hand, and health systems have proven not to be as strong as we thought they would be. The last speaker before we go to the study, the presentation of the study, is Mr. Grzegorz Gajda, Senior Urban Sector Specialist, Regional Urban Development at the European Investment Bank. Gregor, I give you the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I am very happy to be able to present today a very short presentation about the European Investment Bank activity in supporting affordable housing. And it's my pleasure to tell you in a very brief form what are the key elements of the housing projects that we support that we consider to be really important for the sector. So to talk about housing affordability, I would like to begin by saying that we share absolutely 100% the same understanding of the issue of affordability with my previous speaker from the OECD, Mrs. Plouin. And in talking about housing affordability, I wanted to actually look at another angle. So I put up a table from the Eurostat website showing the housing affordability statistics for a number of countries. And I marked for you this column that talks about housing affordability for tenants who are renting their apartments at market price. And you probably can see from the table that the numbers here are quite high, indicating that in these particular groups, in this particular geographic region, there is a problem with housing affordability. Now, what are these people? I'd like to think about these people as people that we can see when we are walking on the streets of our cities. All these young people sitting in nice coffee houses, drinking coffee in Starbucks or Costa, are these people. These are the tenants renting at market price, and these are the people which are disproportionately heavily hit by deficiencies of our housing systems. So these are the people who disproportionately highly need support. And these people do not really typically fall under the consideration of people who are thought as beneficiaries of social and affordable housing systems. These people may look as successful people having good city life, but in fact, their situation is not as rosy as we all would like to believe in. So let's move to another slide. I think that's exactly the same slide that Mrs. Ploin was showing. So we can maybe skip to another one. And here, I would like to briefly tell you what are the main markets of the EIB when it comes to support for the housing sector. So as you can see, the main markets are traditionally France and United Kingdom. And of course, with United Kingdom leaving the EU, we will not really be able to increase our lending in this market too much. So we will be limited to the traditional markets that we have, which are Germany, Netherlands, Spain, Portugal, Belgium, and Austria. And I'd like to see here in this map other countries as well. So we have growing activities in Poland, and if you look closely, but very closely, you probably will see a very small blue dot in Italy and in Malta. These are the countries where we are present as well. But the entire region of Southeastern Europe is a place where our involvement in social and affordable housing was either non-existent or it was limited to projects where housing was just a part of it, not a main project. So they are not listed on the map. So let's move to another one. And what we think about housing is the following. For us, affordable housing is not a charity. It's actually a very important element of the economy because it has this important function of supporting workforce mobility. And again, especially for the young people, so recent graduates of universities, it is common for them to be able to change jobs and to move from a city to a city while developing their careers. And when you think about those people and housing programs that are available for them, programs that link these people with mortgage, you would think that these programs of linking mortgage are not very supportive for their mobility. Once they acquire an apartment in a certain city and they are obliged to repay a 30-year mortgage, they would not really be able to move so easily from that particular apartment, especially if the price of this apartment goes down below the amount of the loan that person had. So providing affordable housing on the rental terms, especially to young people, is very important for workforce mobility, especially now with very rapidly changing economic environment. This support for workforce mobility is very important. From the point of view of urban planning, provision of affordable housing, which is well designed, well located, and most importantly, designed in a sustainable way. So with low level of energy consumption and providing access to well-functioning public transportation system, which limits people use of private transportation, is very important to make sure that our cities continue to be good places to live. Without well-functioning affordable housing system, very often people who can only afford very cheap housing would be forced to live far away from the city center. Their access to key services, to education, and to recreation would be limited. So this would contribute to the social divide. So well-functioning affordable and social housing system is actually also a tool to fight with social divide and promote social inclusion, which is critical for the success of our societies. So these are the benefits of well-functioning affordable and a social housing system. And here, when I talk about my last point on the slide of financial sustainability, actually, if you think about the sector, that it is not a charity, but it has to be a financially sustainable sector, it requires that not only the very poor people are covered by the services of the sector. I think that for us here at the EIB, the lessons learned was that only a social and affordable housing system that covers a wide range of incomes has a chance of being successful and financially sustainable. Otherwise, the sector will be plagued by problems with lack of adequate finance for maintenance, which will lead to deterioration of the assets, and the quality of life of people living in social housing will deteriorate. So it will create a bit of a stigma that will be visible to everybody else by decreasing of the quality of those buildings. So I guess the lesson that we have is that when you are thinking about putting your system together, make sure that it covers a wide spectrum of the population. Now, from the EIB, when we work on social and affordable housing systems, we have three categories of clients. Very often, our clients are municipalities who theoretically who are the most interested in developing their housing systems, and in most cases, these are our key clients. At the same time, very often.
Dear Gregors, I need to ask you to come to conclusions. I'm sorry, we're really running out of time. So just heads up.
Okay, thank you very much. So just to finish it up, I was actually coming to an end very well. So our main clients are municipalities, social housing companies, and intermediaries, which are supporting those two clients with access to long-term and attractively priced financial resources. Thank you very much. That is the EIB role in affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gregors, and thank you for reminding us about the key and crucial role of sustainable finance and having a wide variety of tools to cover different income levels. That indeed, this is key to sustainability, as you mentioned. Now, let's move forward and focus now on our study, the Housing 2030 study. We will now move to a joint presentation of the study by Ms. Elena Solgayeva, that was our chair in the past and worked very closely with UNECE. We are very happy that you're continuing to actually help us with the work on housing affordability and beyond. And she is the co-chair of the Housing 2030 initiative. Followed then by, Julie Lawson, there's lead writer of the study report that will also provide an overview of the initiative, and David Orr, Housing 2030 Initiative co-chair as well. Hello, David. Good to see you again. I will leave it to them. I know you know who starts, who follows. You're all organized, so I'll leave it to you. And I'll come back later with some questions and concluding remarks. Elena, over to you.
Yes, thank you very much. Can I be seen? Can I be heard?
We can see you, we can see the presentation, we can hear you well.
So that's great. Okay, so thank you very much, Paula, for introduction, and dear invisible participants of this workshop. We are listening to importance of affordable housing now for the second hour, and maybe we are a little bit tired, so we decided that we will present our presentation, three of us, that it's more lively. And I think that we are actually preaching to those who believe. And I would like to present the Housing 2030 initiative and our attempts to create some positive policy solutions to improve housing affordability in the UNECE region. Next slide, please. Yes, what is the background of our initiative? In 2015, several times mentioned Geneva UN Charter on Sustainable Housing was adopted. It was the outcome of 5 years of very tough negotiations of 56 member states of UNECE region about how the sustainable housing should look like. And at the end of these tough negotiations, these countries with very different backgrounds and very different situations, all the countries agreed on the principles which are necessary to have sustainable housing. The first one is environmental protection, the second one, economic effectiveness, social inclusion and participation, and adding to standard sustainable goals, also cultural adequacy, because housing is the home, or at least housing should be the home, which brings us safety. Next slide, please. So after these 56 countries adopted this charter, what is the reality of our recent situation? There is a very big gap between rich and poor. There is a very big gap between those who can afford to find the proper house and who can't. And unfortunately, this gap is growing. And this is our aim to help in solving this. You know, since maybe 80s, there is nearly a religious belief in the power of markets. But the recent situation shows that markets can't deliver in a proper way. So there is a much bigger role to be played by the public hand, by national governments, by local authorities. And the good practices actually show that where this is the case, the affordability of housing is much better than in other areas. But so what we are trying to do in this Housing 2030 initiative and who we are, it was already mentioned several times that this is a joint initiative of housing, of UNECE Committee on Urban Development, Housing and Land Management, which represents 56 member states, so it's national governments. Then this is Housing Europe, and Housing Europe actually represents more than 43,000 providers of affordable housing across the whole Europe. And then UN Habitat as really the global player in affordable housing. And we together are trying to find a way how to present to policymakers across our region what are the options, what are the possibilities, what are the key drivers for formulating appropriate policy responses to our situation. So how to improve our recent situation, because since financial crisis and underlined with the COVID pandemic, we see how important the home is for well-being of society, for economic productivity and environmental sustainability. So what we are trying to persuade our readers or the readers of the future study is really that we need a strategic and coordinated policy reforms to shape more effective housing systems. Next slide, please. So what is the focus of the intended study? We would like to bring on the table the policy tools and good illustrations, because we know that there is not universal blueprint and there is no one-fits-all solution. But definitely there is possibility to find the inspiration in working systems. And there are 4 chapters actually focusing at governance of housing policies, availability of land and access to available land for affordable housing, then very important issue of finance and funding, and then the impact of climate neutral expectations on our housing stock, either being existing or the future one. Next slide, please. And this is actually where I would like to just to summarize what we expect from the study. As I said, there is no universal blueprints, but to understand the drivers of housing outcomes means that we have to have a really broad and complex perspective on housing issues. So we hope that the countries will formulate these 4 questions which are on the cake, starting with the question, with obvious question, why is housing unaffordable and accessible for some households in my country? Then coming to the next question, what changes to the housing system could increase access to affordable housing? Then which policy tools are appropriate to generate these required outcomes? And then what capabilities are required to implement this policy at the appropriate scale? By saying this, I will move to Julie Lawson, who will speak more on the content of the 4 chapters.
Thank you, Elena. Thank you very much. I hope everybody can hear me, and it would be so nice to see you all. But on another occasion, hopefully we'll all be together in October at the least. I'm going to spend 1.5 minutes just talking on each of these 4 slides, just to define what we mean by governance and what we mean by land policy and funding and financing and climate neutral housing. Good governance, it involves shaping the functioning of different actors in our housing system. So it's about shaping behaviours of all the stakeholders. It's not just about government doing, it's about us all together and the governing of that process. It aims to have decision-making, policy development and implementation that's very well informed and participatory while being accountable and transparent. It has a long-term vision, and it's affected by responsible leadership and stewardship, which guides institutional development and administrative practice that ensures there's an optimal role of the actions by all those stakeholders working in the public interest. So when we talk about good governance, we're talking about shaping housing systems in order to deliver more adequate, affordable and accessible housing. So we know that the way in which the operation of our housing markets are working is a constant work in progress. And as policymakers, that's our task, to constantly amend, revise, create, improve and monitor ways in which we shape our housing systems. And in a nutshell, we go about this by preparing strategic frameworks, by providing leadership and long-term commitment. For example, leadership in the form of a visible, high-level or responsible minister for housing, commitment in terms of a long-term, multi-year, maybe 5, 10-year, even 15-year plans, in having market-shaping institutions, legislation we can think of as an institution, but also mission-focused organisations who may be working in the land area or in the finance area, or in planning and support services. Those are what we call market shaping institutions. But of course, they also have to be capable of delivering, and being capable means not just being expert and well trained, but also having, if you like, a supportive environment to deliver. So you need your finances and resources, the authority to do what you are enabled to do. Also, we're talking about multi-level governance, one of the things strongly mentioned in the Leipzig Charter, in which obviously some levels of government may have the power to raise finance or to issue bonds, but others may be left with the responsibility of implementation. Working together, and how we do that for affordable housing is very important. It might require intergovernmental agreements, partnership arrangements between tenants and local governments and other stakeholders providing housing, and so on. So we talk about governing with insight, different types of data sources, what type of indicators are important. We also talk about accountability and enforcement. So in designing standards, monitoring those standards and enforcing their adherence. But there are also special stakeholders involved in affordable housing, the providers of affordable housing, which we talk about as providers for the common good, another term we see coming back in the Leipzig Charter. So we look at how they're regulated and how they, if you like, promote their mission through good codes of conduct and also helpful, constructive regulation. But of course, households themselves can be involved in governing their own housing through tenant democracy, through different, again, through decision-making powers over renovation, through to managing the budgets, which might be involved in maintaining or managing their dwellings as well. And we look at examples of that. We just move on to the next slide, please. We had a fantastic workshop in May last year on land policy, which began with 3 podcasts and then a very well-attended workshop. And at that workshop were presented some key tools, and the kind of key tools that we illustrated were the often forgotten role of the public sector in being a public land banker and purposeful developer. Also, the role of city governments typically in land leasing and setting conditional use rights, enabling and facilitating particular forms of housing provision. And you see that in many municipalities across Europe as well. Some also municipalities take an active role in land readjustment to guide what could otherwise be fragmented or sites that are sitting idle or underutilized vacant buildings, and their role in actually guiding more effective repackaging and redevelopment. Up and coming, of great interest at the moment to the OECD and many member states, many countries, are land value recapture mechanisms. Of course, land is something which is often a very, very expensive component of a project costs. Planning permission can make it even more costly, more valuable. How do we capture that value back towards reinvesting that value in a public purpose for affordable housing? We look at tools for that too. That links also to more general planning for affordable and inclusive housing. Tools like inclusionary zoning, and further more comprehensive plans like neighbourhood planning. For example, agreements that might be between land use for particular types or segments of the housing market, affordable, social, cooperative, condominium, private, commercial housing, also combined with other resources and supports, especially good public transport. So again, moving on to finance and housing funding in the next slide. We know that the way in which we fund our housing costs and the role of the financial sector plays in this, that varies enormously. And you see from country to country that historical developments and political choices that have been made shape the kinds of, if you like, circuits of investment in housing. And how this public and private investment is sourced and channeled and allocated to different parts of the housing market also influences how affordable, adequate, accessible our housing is. typically to fund private households fund their housing costs through either rent or mortgage payment, but this burden may be reduced or shared via various policy measures, subsidies and taxes, affecting not only the cost of land and construction, but the financing costs and also the cost of consumption. So we know that for many, many decades, at least since the 1990s, across the UNECE region, governments have facilitated the growth of home ownership, which has been financed by ever-expanding mortgage markets. Yet we see that rates of home ownership has actually declined in many what we would call pro-home ownership countries. For example, the US and the UK and the Netherlands in recent years, especially amongst young and middle-aged households, we've actually seen the rate of home ownership decline. And this has a lot to do with the unfettered flow of cheap credit flowing into the existing private housing market. And many economic crises have had their roots in poorly regulated financial sectors. For example, the 2008 global financial crisis had its roots in the excessive provision of and loose regulation of mortgage markets. House prices and mortgage loans during this period rose much, much faster, of course, and also faster than household incomes, thereby driving indebtedness. So what can be done about all this? Housing funding and finance policies can influence those circuits of investment and improve housing affordability and access outcomes. We need to look at the regulations affecting the operation of our financial institutions and the flow of investment into housing to make sure that it is purposeful and not fueling unaffordable housing. We also need to look at the way in which we put our own collective resources into the housing market. As Marissa from the OECD has pointed out, public investment in the capital of affordable housing has been declining. Direct capital investment has really, really declined. And we've found ourselves actually paying more and more for the operating of financed housing, for example, in housing allowances, housing vouchers, housing benefit. So we see a seesawing of declining capital investment and also rising, if you like, subsidy on the supply, on the demand side. But of course, those subsidies on the demand side do not produce more supply. We also see some pretty interesting special purpose housing finance intermediaries playing an important role. It's really great to see the Council of Europe Bank and the European Investment Bank really coming on board in green and very social housing. Alliances being formed by public investment banks in France, long-term financial instruments for affordable housing being considered more prominently, and also affordable housing being considered as social infrastructure. This is really a great way to look at it, I think. We also see governments in the past getting involved in interest rate subsidies. Of course, interest rates are very low at the moment, but also playing a role in being government guarantor for loans. You see that very effectively in countries, bringing down the cost of finance as well, and insurance playing that role as well. We also see back on the agenda the whole discussion about rent setting and rent regulation, and also rent stabilization. How should rents be indexed, and how should we also manage the private rental sector so that rents don't explode, and our also demand assistance budgets get eroded even more. So that brings me to talk more about, in this chapter, about not-for-profit business models, the use, how they can be well regulated, how they can reinvest rather than extract the exploitation of rental dwellings, how they can use their surpluses to generate more dwellings that are of a good, adequate standard and fairly allocated. We've mentioned in passing only revolving funds and their importance in maintaining dwellings. We see Slovenia, Slovakia doing and making enormous strides in that, in very effective revolving funds. One thing we haven't talked about much, which we will at our next workshop, is about also taxation and housing, and how tax provisions influence housing investment flows as well. So moving to the final chapter slide, climate neutral housing. Part of a powerful toolbox in the housing policy, Housing 2030 toolbox, is combining different types of tools to promote more energy efficient, climate neutral forms of housing. And we had a very good workshop on this in November, in which there are 3 podcasts also behind it. And there are a number of key tools, also awareness raising and training that can be undertaken. Developing a national plan is important. We see that happening in countries building accords, climate accords, to get commitment from key players in the industry, forming agreement with stakeholders towards an energy transition, but also in terms of addressing affordability, spreading out the costs so they do not cause renoviction, having a very long-term view of spreading out the costs of improvements, but also sharing the benefits of the savings from energy efficient homes between the users, the tenants, for example, and the owners of the buildings who've invested in the improvements. Also, we have a look at balancing various different efforts towards not just replacing buildings, but of course, in the more circular approach, reusing and renovating existing buildings and trying to cause minimal disruption to people who live there. Also, in terms of the land use planning aspects of energy efficiency. So in terms of coordinating spatial and mobility planning to promote energy efficient urban form and a variety of land uses, always including as an integral part of communities, affordable and socially inclusive housing, which is walkable to services and social networks and minimises reliance on car use. So I'll hand over now to my co-chair, David Orr, who'll talk a little bit about where we're going next. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Julie, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to be very quick. I've got the task of just describing very quickly what we're going to be doing next. But I want to start by saying that listening to all of the presentations this afternoon, the case for investing in affordable housing is utterly compelling. And I think we have now reached the point where this has to move beyond being something of an academic exercise where all of us who care about this are engaged in presenting the details and start presenting it as something that now and genuinely requires urgent action. We cannot decarbonize our planet without decarbonizing and improving the energy efficiency of our homes. We cannot build better from the COVID pandemic without understanding that the number of people staying in their homes because of the pandemic, they are not in a safe place. Their homes are places that are cold, that are damp, that are overcrowded, that actually mean that their outcomes from COVID are likely to be worse than others. We cannot allow this to continue, and to have governments continue to say, we need to do more about affordable housing while at the same time disinvesting in exactly that process. So my ambition, ever since I was approached to be co-chair of this really important work, my ambition has been to try to demonstrate to everyone that although no single country has got all of this right, all around the world, and certainly in the UNECE region, there are many, many, many examples of things that are achievable that make a profound and real difference to people's lives. And that what we're trying to do in creating this toolkit and presenting it in October is to create a suite of information that says, if you're interested in land policy, then this has been tried here, this has been tried here, this is how it works. Not because you will ever really be able to transpose it from one country, one location to another, but where you will be able to identify the idea that sits behind it, the policy intent that sits behind it, and then use that to mold it and shape it to your own environment. The really critical thing here is that the delivery of good quality affordable housing, it is complex, but it is also achievable, and it is financially achievable in a way that benefits economies as well as social policy. So to do that, we have to understand how much housing is part of the solution. I can argue, honestly, a compelling case that investment in housing directly contributes to meeting 16 of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. We have the principles of the UN, the Geneva UN Charter, and we are working hard. We've got workshops that are attracting very high levels of support. We've been doing podcasts. They're fantastic, these podcasts. I absolutely encourage you to listen to them. We are building capacity. Next slide, please. So this has all already been described by other colleagues, the work program that we have been working our way through. But don't forget that there is what will be, I think, a really important and high quality webinar tomorrow on governance, effective governance in housing. And if you have not already signed up to that, I absolutely urge you to do so. It is a critical part of creating that final report to launch at the UNECE ministerial meeting in October. Next slide, please. So these are the critical things. Affordable housing is a major common concern. We will, through this program, promote strategic, expert and interactive engagement and provide the tools that allow affordability to be improved and delivered. It will, I hope, strengthen capacity. I do genuinely believe that this is a very important and absolutely timely piece of work. And I cannot tell you how much I am personally benefiting from the fantastic input from colleagues who are involved in the Housing 2030 initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much to the three speakers. We went a little bit beyond the time, but I thought it was really important to listen to, especially on the study, all the aspects. Now, I believe at this point, the invisible participants will become visible. At least this I have on my scenario. It will be really good to have faces appearing on the screen, because indeed this has been a workshop with invisible participants, but they all have a camera. So I understand now that the organizers will make you appear on the screen, hopefully. We have very little time for questions. I see, however, there are questions. We have 27 messages in the chat box. Gunara, perhaps you have selected specific questions, if any. Otherwise, I would suggest that we just wrap up and then we move to a short break. As I mentioned, I would say that all the substance we have heard from partners or organizations, and I'm really thankful to them. They really gave us a picture of the gravity of the problem, but also all the different aspects and how they were addressed in different organizations, as well as on the study. Let me see if we have questions. No questions, just sharing information. So I think that then I'll take 2 minutes just to, well, first of all, thank everybody. And then I'm supposed to provide you with some conclusions. It's very difficult to provide some conclusions. I'm an architect myself, and I'm much more visual. And I would say that what I'm very satisfied is also the logo we picked. And this is what Julie has in the background. because this is the Rubik's Cube and tells a lot about the issues at stake. As you know, it's not so easy to make the cube right. And this is exactly the issue of housing at the moment. And there is an additional degree of complication, and I think we all heard it, and has been the COVID pandemic, which will have an impact and is already having an impact on the market and on affordability. But moreover, and this is something we have been discussing also with Brian for the action plan, also on the type of housing and how housing will have to change for the future. We have seen major changes in the way we had used our homes during this year. All we used actually were our homes, and this exacerbated even more the problem of unaffordable housing and those that did not have a house, a safe house, actually to protect themselves, in this case also from a pandemic. It has also highlighted the need to connect housing better to the city. And I was grateful to one of the first presenters that actually mentioned that, let me see the exact words, housing is not only residential block of flats, right? And this is the whole point of our study as well. Housing is a component of the city and is essential to see how it relates to the city. The pandemic again has accelerated certain trends, has highlighted that we have to look at it in the context of, so the cube gets even more complicated the moment we relate housing to the rest of the city. Now, I would like to finish with a word of optimism, recalling what Lord Foster and also Olga Gaeva already reminded us, that after all, the pandemic it's not going to be a game changer. We're not going to change completely our habits, our way of building, but it's an accelerator. It's an accelerator of positive trends. And I believe that this is also what this study can contribute to accelerate the transition to sustainable housing. The rationale behind, I think, was stressed enough also by the challenges of the pandemic. Now it's really a matter of highlighting it and bringing it to the right political level. Unfortunately, housing is yet not very high, although higher most probably than the past years on the political agenda. Our ministerial has really the meaning of elevating the issue and bringing it to the attention of the highest political and level and the highest governance level as well. So I hope we will succeed in this, and these preparatory meetings are indeed very helpful in this regard. Needless to say that I count on all of you to participate in the ministerial and to be there, to listen to ministers, but also hopefully to network, even in person, if that would be feasible, and to bring to their attention the work, not only of this study, but the work of all organizations, because this, as I said, is a priority for all of us. So the more we stress this idea, this concept, and this need, the better. Now, the invisible participants are still invisible, and that's really not what I was hoping for. I hope that we could all see each other's faces and not only a black board here with some names in white. Yes, now some are appearing. I see Doris. So I will say goodbye to you now, and then the rest of the meeting will be in the capable hands of Doris Andoni, our chair. But before we move to her part, I understand there is a virtual coffee break with some videos from Lavinia, but also a short video from us on the ministerial meeting, which has been circulating on social media, and I hope that you will also be able to circulate it further so that we increase the attention to these issues as much as possible. I thank you all and hope to see you soon, even virtually now. I cannot even see you virtually, so I hope eventually to see you virtually. And I leave it now to organizers to give us the different videos. Thank you very much. What happens now?
Hello. Hello and good afternoon and welcome to the second session of this workshop, the first day of this workshop. And thank you for being still with us. I see that you are still there. I was hoping to see you, but it seems that even this session we will not be able to see each other. Well, we are starting with 30 minutes delay, so I won't rush, but I will try to keep the format of this session and keep it within the time frame. This session is about governance, as it is the whole the whole workshop that will contribute to the, as it was explained by the author and the co-chairs of the study, it will contribute to the development of the chapter on governance of the study Housing 2030. I was already introduced, so I don't think I need another introduction. I will moderate this panel. Governance is this backbone of system of housing provision. And it has always generated discussions whether a system of housing provision should be highly regulated or should be left to the market. It was also mentioned by Julie, the lead author of the study. We in Albania have experienced both extremes. So we went from a highly regulated to a neoliberal system of housing provision. We removed regulations and the state almost withdrew from provision of housing. Both of these have not generated the desirable outcomes. So the big question that we often put and we have to face also as policymakers is if there is any golden line that defines the balance between not too much and not too less regulations and public intervention. So in this regard, which are the challenges of governance for providing or for ensuring access to affordable housing? And which is the role of housing association in this regard? And also housing agencies. It was an interruption. I don't know what happened. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry for that. I don't know what happened. So I don't know when up to where you followed me, but it's okay. So how natural disaster, I was saying at the end, including the pandemic COVID-19, has affected and will shape in the future the housing, the governance of housing. These are some of the questions that we will try to address through this panel today. And for this, we have organized a blending of keynote speech and some presentations of case studies or selected best practices that address specific cases. As David Orr mentioned before, we cannot pretend to transpose examples from one country to the other, because housing is so specific, context specific, and it will depend on different situations, but at least we can get some information and some inspiration on how to address specific issues. Since we were tired by this long and very intensive session, we thought to also to get engaged you in this session as participants. That's why we are opening kind of game in Mentimeter, but this is not just a game. You are going to give some answers to a question first, and then to another block of questions later on. The first question, but first you have to go to the web page, menti.com. I'll wait until you open the web page, menti.com. Enkel, can you write it before sharing this? Can you write the web page, menti.com? And there you have to enter the codes that you will see, that you see here, 86 24 69 8. Are you ready? And you have to answer to the question, what are the key challenges to improving housing affordability in your country or city, depending on where you are located and for which level of governance you work? And you are asked to select 3 options, and we will see from your responses which are the key challenges based on your responses. Okay, yes, I see that things are moving. This is a kind of fight between different challenges. Until now, I see inadequate financial support, lack of political attention, but they are still moving and changing. Okay, so 19, we expect some more responses. 23, 24. Are we expecting more to answer? Yes, 25, 26, 27 responses. So we have almost 30% of participants have responded until now. And due to timing, I think we have to close it now and comment on the responses. So it looks that inadequate financial support to housing affordability is the key challenge for providing housing affordability. And this is somehow related of what was also mentioned before in the previous session, that governments have withdrawn and have reduced investment in affordable housing. And the second one is insufficient legal and regulatory provisions to ensure housing affordability. it looks that some countries, they believe that they still need some improvements in the legal framework and regulatory framework. So this is very much related with the governance, as it is also financing for affordable housing. And in same position are lack of local government capacity to manage and regulate urban growth and development, and lack of political attention to housing and urban development issues. So it's, I think that there is food for thought and for discussion on this, why and what can happen. So if there is a lack, we also face with this, we are in Albania, we are in a midterm review of our strategy, and lack of government capacity, especially at local level, is highlighted as a major challenge to implement housing. So it is very important to put emphasis on training, capacity building, and lack of political attention to housing and urban development issues. This is really a serious issue that we also want to raise it with our ministerial meeting. However, there might be different approaches, but I don't want to open a discussion on this. Okay, so having said or having seen this, and I hope that this may help also the Brian when he will write also the action plan. We pass now to the next part of the session. I will introduce you and invite Mr. Brian Evans, Professor of Urbanism and Landscape of the Glasgow School of Art in Glasgow, to provide an introduction to the panel discussion and to share his proposal for the development of the UNECE Regional Action Plan, promoting sustainable housing as part of recovery and rebuilding after COVID-19 pandemic. So, Brian, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
I think you have 20 minutes. Yeah, sorry, 20 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Mrs. Andoni. And distinguished colleagues, good afternoon from a wet and windy Glasgow, where we hope we will be hosts of COP26 later this year in November. Maybe blended, maybe physical, we'll see when we get there. Thank you very much indeed for the opportunity to talk about the preparation of the UNECE Regional Action Plan. You see here the working title, Promoting Sustainable Housing as Part of Recovery and Rebuilding After the COVID-19 Pandemic. Next slide, please. So in terms of context, we see here some of the principal documents that are drivers of this work. Of course, the Geneva UN Charter on Sustainable Housing that a number of colleagues have mentioned already, and as a context to that, Transforming Our World, the 2030 agenda. But there are also a number of very important and significant other documents prepared by the UN. On the right, you see Shared Responsibility, Global Solidarity, a document prepared in the middle of last year by the Secretary General about responding to the socioeconomic impacts of COVID-19. Two policy briefs, which I will refer to in the next 2 to 3 slides, and also the UNECE Ministerial Declaration on Sustainable Housing and Urban Development. Next slide, please. So at the center of this work, without question, is the Geneva UN Charter. It has guided now the work of the committee for a number of years, and the relationship between the committee and the member states are all related to this document, and also, of course, to the 4 key policies that the Charter has around environmental protection, economic effectiveness, social inclusion and participation, and cultural adequacy. I would very much agree with the comments made by my colleague David Orr and also by Natalia Roebel about the key issue that COVID-19 is affecting the delivery of all of the 17 SDGs. And this diagram on the right here is taken from the Secretary General's diagram and paper, and we see the direct impact of COVID on all of the SDGs. In particular, the one highlighted by Executive Secretary Algayarova, of course, SDG 11 and 11.1. But I would also echo the comments made by David and others that it is impossible to separate out housing from the city and separate it out from all of the other SDGs as well. Next slide, please. Just one or two references to the policy briefs that have been prepared through the Secretary General's office. This one, policy brief, COVID-19 in an urban world. And it really underlines a number of the key conclusions that we have already heard this afternoon, but is very, very clear. This is a direct extract from the policy brief. I only mentioned the headlines really, but it underlines this point that integration and the degree of connectedness between the things that we seek to achieve. 24% of the urban population live in slums and informal settlements. And we have already heard this afternoon a number of colleagues refer to the fact that COVID-19 is particularly severe in informal settlements, in slum areas and in areas of overcrowding and poor housing. Water and sanitation is a critical part of all of that. Next slide. This is a very interesting snapshot in one of the other policy documents putting the UN framework for sustainable economic response to COVID into action. Doesn't quite align with the SDGs, but once again, it's very clear and obvious to see the relationship with people's living conditions, their health, and the social issues which influence health, which influence the quality of their lives within the quality of the place and the quality of the housing within which they live. Next slide, please. We heard from Marissa Pluen of the work of the OECD, and I think, I don't know, Marissa, if the image on the right here is exactly the same as the one you showed early on. It is very similar, and I assiduously wrote down all of your details earlier on so that I may be in touch with you about the development of the Regional Action Plan. I rather like the proposition of understanding the sequence of impact of the relief measures that are needed in response to the impact and the distortions that are likely in terms of the responses and our ability to respond given the economic effect, not only on the economy, but the governmental response to COVID has also depleted government and government agencies' abilities to spend. We can see on the left here that most measures are targeted to the tenants and to homeowners of property, and the bar charts, the horizontal, bar charts indicate the degree to which that's related to rentals or to mortgages. The chart on the right, I think, is interesting because it shows almost a double, if not triple effect that we are experiencing. So you can see in the period 2012, 13, 14, just to the right of the image on the right, the impact on public capital transfers and direct investment in housing development as a consequence of the credit crunch and the credit crisis, and how the effort in housing was depleted over the decade following that. Now we have the COVID pandemic, which will have a redoubling of impact on the investment. Next slide, please. And we can see already in other work that OECD and others have done the crippling effect on the construction sector conditions across the world and the effects that that will have on construction for affordable housing and all of the issues that we are addressing this afternoon. Next slide, please. So the purpose of the Regional Action Plan is to be very clear and concise. A document which provides a means of communication between the UNECE, the member states, and the partners working within the member states. And that's something I will come back to, the partnership issue, later on towards the end of my presentation, when I refer to the interrelationship between the Housing 2030 work that has been going on, that was so excellently introduced by Elena, by Julie and David just before the coffee break. The Regional Action Plan is intended to be structured into 4 sections. You see here: principles, policies, goals, and actions. And the principles will be born out of these in-principle documents that I have briefly mentioned and the trends that I have been discussing in the past few slides. For the rest of the presentation, I would like to concentrate on the policies, goals, and actions that will be based on those principles in order to be able to make a very clear and concise statement about sustainable housing, affordable housing, and in particular, the implications of COVID and the actions that need to be built off of the back of that in order to be able to, well, build back better, recover better, in Secretary Algayerova's words, choose your words, but the action we must take. So if I can turn to the next slide, please. In terms of the development of policy, we are looking at the moment at the development of 3 policy areas: the House and the city, returning again to colleagues' points that it is impossible to separate out the role of housing, affordable housing, and the city. That affordable housing is a fundamental element of social and economic cohesion in the city, and the role that housing plays in terms of contributing to build back better, not only of the housing itself, but of the livability and the performance. I believe Secretary Algayerova, quoting Norman Foster, said, safer, quieter, greener, livable in the most literal sense. And I think Lord Foster's words are something that I'm carrying at the forefront of my mind in addressing content for discussion with the member states. The second policy area is the house as home, as Elena mentioned in the previous presentation. The quality of place and the quality of life and the critical interaction between these, and therefore the raft of actions needed in respect of the individual dwelling, including the things that you would imagine: energy efficiency, space standards, retrofitting, and so on. And the relationship here with the Housing 2030 study being promoted by the partners, ECE, Housing Europe, and UN Habitat, in terms of the 4 key cornerstones of that work, governance, finance, availability of land, and climate neutrality in terms of affordable and inclusive houses as homes. And then the third policy area, the house as neighborhood generator. We are seeing so much of a response being constructed around concepts such as the 20-minute neighborhood, or is it the 15-minute neighborhood, and the walkability. The walkability of the neighborhood has been a fundamental urban design proposition for, well, decades now. So access to local goods and services in close proximity to one's house, to green space, where it is possible to walk, to buy a newspaper, the basic goods of everyday life, and maybe access, of course, to health and other services within walking distance. So this relationship, this policy relationship of these three policy areas, I should also, I think, resonates very clearly with what Mr. Buchholz was talking about in terms of the three spatial levels of the Leipzig Charter. And I think that the relationship between all of this work is incredibly important as we all seek to build on David Orr's impassioned plea about action. We should see all of these different documents, different charters being part of a jigsaw that builds an overall picture. Next slide, please. So this is just an extract, colleagues, from the earlier action plan produced a decade now ago for energy efficiency in affordable housing in the UNECE region, and demonstrates the concise nature that the action plan is likely to take, where these three policy areas that I have just been introducing will have a sequence of goals associated with each of them. Those goals will be supported by a reasoned justification, the rationale, if you like, and then there will be key targets and actions that, through a process of dialogue with other partners and with member states, UNECE hope can act as a manifesto or prospectus for action and intent in taking the work forward. And I very much look forward to collaboration with Julie and with David and Elena and the rest of the team in terms of the second policy area in particular, and ensuring that there is synergy between these, but also synergy between the three policy areas overall and the work of the Leipzig Charter. Next slide, please. We hope as well that whereas previous action plans have been very text-based, of course translated into the official languages, that there may be the opportunity to introduce some inspirational illustrations into the work around about the policy areas, perhaps even around the principles as well, on the basis that a picture can tell 1,000 words. And so something about density, something about the house in the urban block in the city, something about the house as home in a variety of density contexts, and something about the house as part of the neighborhood as well. So that is the job, if you like, that we are currently working on within the team in terms of seeking to develop the content for the regional action plan. And could I have the next, and I think my last slide, thank you. So the content are shown here. we are likely to try and develop a slightly catchier title, if you like. Of course, it will be about the role of sustainable housing and urban development in recovery and rebuilding following the COVID-19 pandemic. But there's quite a lot of words there. And I think what this boils down to is place and life, or quality of place and quality of life in the UNECE, and the importance of sustainable and affordable housing in being able to deliver that. So after a short forward acknowledgements and an executive summary and background, we will then see the development of the principles and we will see the setting out of policies, goals and actions. And I very much look forward to working with colleagues on the development of this work. I should say that the program for this work and the program for the Housing 2030 work are really the same. So both of these pieces of work need to come to fruition for the ministerial meeting in October that Olga Algayarova mentioned at the head of the session this afternoon. And for that, it means that the content, particularly the written content of the action plan, must exist in a coherent draft form within a matter of weeks, so that the process of engagement with the member states and engagement with the partners that the UNECE collaborates so much with can begin immediately, so that the action plan can be finessed, refined and translated to be ready for the October ministerial meeting. Thank you very much. If you have any comments, please send them to me direct. And you see here our colleague Gulnara Roll's email address. We would love to have the comments. I think this presentation is available for downloading, if not immediately, certainly very quickly. And now is the time, really. And I very much look forward to listening into tomorrow's webinar with my notebook and my pen and my screen saver gadget on my computer, ready to capture detail and colleagues that it will be important to consult with. Doris, thank you very much. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was really informative and and it again came up we cannot escape the discussion of correlation between housing and living condition and COVID. It was also emphasized by your presentation and by different studies that has been recently done and published, and for sure other international documents on which you will base the work of for the action plan, regional action plan. Something that in particular attracted my attention since the first time that I read let's say the script, are the subject, the theme of these three policy areas. I don't know why instinctively in my mind they remind me, or I connect them with with three different scenarios. The first one, which is housing and the city, brought me to my mind the serial Sex and the City. And I can see these beautiful, elegant, intelligent ladies walking in the city, and this image is transformed into a beautiful, healthy, and intelligent city. The second one, I make this connection with the work, The Poetics of Space of Gaston Bachelard. He says in a paragraph that the house shelters daydreaming, the house protects the dreamer, the house allows us to dream in peace. And this is very much related with the title of this policy area, the house as a home. So we need to have a comfortable and home that protect us and that makes our life easy and healthy. And the last part, it connects me with Clarence Perry, the neighborhood unit, and as an ideal residential neighborhood. So these are things that I think that remains in your mind and gives you the impression of what is happening inside and how this will be developed and which will be the content of each of these policy areas. So I think it's very much, and also if we think that this will be supported by design and by the graphs of Norman Foster, it also makes it even more interesting. So yeah, thank you very much for this. We will have discussion later on. Now I will like to introduce next block of questions. But if you have any reaction, Brian, because I thought that you wanted to react or not for the moment. We will have a session for discussion and comments and question later on.
Yeah, I think, sorry, it is perhaps a dangerous area for me to go into any conversation about sex in the city. But one thing that I have picked up in the press here is that we do seem to be having, according to one of my nurses who I spoke to quite recently, an explosion of births likely to take place later this year. So maybe there is some, there is indeed some relationship between your observations this afternoon, Doris. Thank you very much.
And it's nice to see from your window the wind.
Yeah,
I can see the wind from your window. Okay, so we go to the second question, block of questions. Now you are again invited to go to the webpage of Menti.com and use the same code and answer the first question of this block. The first question is, what do you think are the top 3 priorities that the action plan should address on affordable housing as part of the city? And please use keywords to explain or to express your idea, because this will come out as a word cloud. So we have 19 responses. Here, the fight between words is even more visible than in the graph. So the words are trying to keep their position at the first place in the podium. Well, finances now, sustainability, quality. But there are many other words like mixed use, community, green, gender, land management, safety, walkability, sustainability, affordable utilities, energy efficiency. It's 28. We have 28 responses. 29. Yeah, we can reach 30. And when we reach 30, we close. Okay, so voting is closed. We think that, or the audience think that finance, sustainability, and quality of housing are those elements, or that has to be included into the priority that has the action plan should address on. But nevertheless, there are also other topics that perhaps Brian can look at it and see how to integrate it into the action plan. Okay, so we go to the second question. The second question is, what do you think are the top 3 priorities that the action plan should address on affordable housing as home? So space, energy, indoor, outdoor, quality, etc. Okay, again, here we see finance, energy efficiency, common space, safety, health, energy, quality of housing, energy efficiency, finance, health, quality, safety. Okay, when it comes to you think the top 3 priorities that the action plan should address in respect to affordable housing as a home, we see again finance. It looks that, because it came also in the first question that we had in the beginning of this session, that finance is not only a challenge, but it is also should also be one of the priority. Seen from this point of view, I think this is more a financial issue of those that inhabit the house inside, so that the house should be affordable for them. Energy and energy efficiency is also, it comes in different way, but it may be the second. Quality of the home, safety, so the house should be safe, and yeah, community also. Okay, thank you for this, and we go to the third and last question. What do you think are the top 3 priorities that the action plan should address in respect of affordable housing as a key part of the neighborhood? So we saw the city, the relation of housing and the city. We saw the housing as home, and now we see the relation of housing, affordable housing, as a key part of the neighborhood. Okay, so again, we see a changing of priorities, but still communities stay at the end as the first priority topic that has to be addressed, and on affordable housing is key part of the neighborhood, and this is understandable because housing as part of the neighborhood is very much related with the interaction with the community. Finance comes again as a priority, and services also. Other are public transport, health, cooperation, green spaces, quality of life, jobs. Yeah, okay. Well, did we close it or we are continuing? I see 30 respondents. Voting is closed, and these are what the conclusion of this session with questions. And thank you very much for participating. Okay, so in fact, in the three from the three last, the first one of the as a key challenge came finance, and also as a key priority. But when it comes to housing as part of the city of the neighborhood, creating livable places with parks and green and services. Good quality of services are also very important to take into consideration. So, Brian, what do you think? Do you have any comment on the responses?
Yeah, well, I think it's fantastic actually, because this is such an engaged and informed group of colleagues that some of the results we might have hoped, we might have wished for, but I think it's really really amazing, and I really look forward to being able to study these. I still have the I still have the answer to the third one on my screen, and facilities for children, facilities for the elderly, all ages, you know, the neighborhood should be somewhere for everyone, really. And instead of ghettoizing what we do oh, we have to think about children, oh, we have to think about the elderly, oh, we need to make spaces safe for women. If we make places safe for women, we make it safe for everybody. If we make it safe for children, if we make the neighborhood legible for those with partially sighted, or accessible for those with a disability, we make it accessible for everybody. So I think it's fantastic to have this and have these results. And I think maybe, Doris, we should try to do this exercise again as the regional action plan develops. We should perhaps ask these questions at each of the sessions we have, and we can capture the word clouds, which I think will be quite. Of course, it's anecdotal. It's not quantitative, but it is certainly a qualitative insight into the work. So I think this has been a very good exercise to do, and I hope I would like to thank colleagues for participating and getting involved. It's really quite powerful, I think, to help build consensus. Yeah. So thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Yeah, thank you also for your thoughts. And yeah, I was also thinking that some kind of exercises that we get involve the participants expressing their views, it's a good way also to combine and to have also their views, because when I was reading these answers, I could understand also from the point of view of those that were putting this or highlighting this as a priority. So, for example, places for children. I can imagine that some parents with small children, they are concerned of it, so they bring it as a priority. Yeah. Okay. So at this point of the day, we pass now to the last part of this session, which is a panel with presentation from case studies and selected best practices. The panelists are invited to respond to 3 topics. I wouldn't say questions, but topics, to provide a short overview of a housing governance or regulatory policy in their country, which helps to promote housing affordability, to highlight the best practice in improving housing affordability through better housing governance, and to formulate key challenges of housing affordability, which will need to be addressed in the future. Our panelists are Ms. Asha Rogel, Deputy Director General, Ministry of Environment and Spatial Planning of the Republic of Slovenia, that will open this last part of this session. Asha, the floor is yours. Nice to see you.
Thank you, Doris. Hvala. Spoštovani udeleženci, kolegice in kolegi, lepo pozdravljeni na današnji konferenci tudi v imenu Direktorata za prostor, graditev in stanovanja, ki v Sloveniji skrbi za razvoj, delovanje in spremljanje sistema zagotavljanja bivališč za vse prebivalce. Next slide, please. Next slide. Ko obravnavamo ukrepe za zagotavljanje primernih, dostopnih in zdravih bivališč, je potrebno poudariti, da primerno bivališče ni ustrezna dobrina, ni luksuzna dobrina, niti nivo blaginje, ki bi ga posameznik moral zasledovati skozi celo življenje. Dostop do primernega bivališča je osnovna človekova pravica, ki predstavlja izhodišče za posameznikovo nadaljnje udejstvovanje. Kot takega ga obravnava tudi Splošna deklaracija človekovih pravic, ki jo je Republika Slovenija povzela v svoji ustavi. 78. člen naše ustave določa, da država ustvarja možnosti, da si državljani lahko pridobijo primerno bivališče. Next slide. Prav dikcija, da država ustvarja možnosti za pridobitev primernega bivališča, je izhodišče moje predstavitve. Sama gradnja stanovanj namreč ni in ne more biti nadomestilo za izvajanje celostne stanovanjske politike, ki prebivalcem omogoča dostop do primernih, zdravih in cenovno dostopnih stanovanj. Uspešno in konsistentno izvajanje stanovanjske politike zahteva medresorsko povezovanje ter sodelovanje deležnikov na državni, regionalni in lokalni ravni. Le tako je mogoča priprava usklajenih in komplementarnih ukrepov. Nosilec izvajanja stanovanjske politike v Sloveniji je Ministrstvo za okolje in prostor. Pri tem so v zagotavljanje dostopnosti primernih bivališč vpeti vsi relevantni sektorji in deležniki tako na nacionalni kot na lokalni ravni. Pomen strateškega planiranja se trenutno kaže v številnih praznih stanovanjih na območjih, ki jih je razvoj obšel in so zato nezanimiva ter ostajajo nezasedena, medtem ko drugje povpraševanje močno presega ponudbo. Z uravnoteženim policentričnim razvojem želimo takšne situacije v bodoče čim bolj omejiti. Za zemljiško politiko ustvarjamo pogoje za učinkovito gospodarjenje z zemljišči, delovanje trga nepremičnin in posledično vzdržen prostorski razvoj. Ustrezna umestitev stanovanjskih območij ter povezava z ostalimi funkcijami naselja je v domeni lokalnega prostorskega načrtovanja, ki si ga mora hkrati prizadevati za ohranjanje strnjenosti naselij ter preprečevati nepotrebno razraščanje pozidanega prostora, kjer za to ni potrebe. Stanovanjski sektor na našem direktoratu pa skrbi za izvajanje stanovanjske politike v ožjem pomenu besede. Tu se oblikuje stanovanjski zakon, ki ureja najemna razmerja, zagotavljanje in dodeljevanje javnih najemnih stanovanj ter druge mehanizme za olajšan dostop do primernih stanovanj. Da so stanovanja primerna za bivanje in zdravje prebivalcev, so seveda potrebni tudi ustrezni gradbeni standardi. Next slide, please. Krovni strateški dokument za izvajanje stanovanjske politike v Sloveniji je nacionalni stanovanjski program za obdobje od leta 2015 do 2025. V njem smo opredelili 4 ključne cilje, katerih glavno sporočilo so primerna bivališča, ki ustrezajo potrebam vseh prebivalcev. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Ključni izzivi, s katerimi se pri izvajanju stanovanjske politike v Sloveniji soočamo, izvirajo iz primanjkljaja najemnih stanovanj. Kmalu po osamosvojitvi je bil večji del družbenih stanovanj prodan takratnim stanovalcem po nižjih cenah. S tem smo problem dostopa do stanovanj kratkoročno rešili, sedaj pa imamo enega najnižjih deležev najemnih stanovanj v Evropi, kot smo videli že v prejšnjih predstavitvah. Samo za javni najem primanjkuje okrog 10.000 enot. Na drugi strani pa se privatizacija stanovanj kaže v visokem deležu nezasedenih stanovanj, ki jih je po uradnih statističnih podatkih skoraj petina. Next slide, please. V ta namen bi kot pozitiven ukrep izpostavila inovativen pristop naše vlade, ki je za dokapitalizacijo Stanovanjskemu skladu Republike Slovenije omogočila dostop do nepremičnin, zlasti zemljišč pod bančnimi terjatvami, najprimernejših za reševanje potreb po javni stanovanjski gradnji. Hkrati načrtujemo tudi sistemske spremembe, s katerimi bi uravnotežili sistem subvencioniranja najemnin in upravljanja z zadostnim fondom javnih najemnih stanovanj. Posebej velja omeniti vzpostavitev javne najemniške službe, s katero želimo aktivirati del prej omenjenih nezasedenih stanovanj. Javna najemniška služba bo imela vlogo posrednika, upravitelja in vzdrževalca najemnih stanovanj. Lastnike bo razbremenila vseh poslov in tveganj, povezanih z oddajo stanovanja, na drugi strani pa povečala dostopnost do najemnih stanovanj po sprejemljivih cenah. Next slide. Pozitiven vpliv predvidenih ukrepov ponazarja graf rasti števila javnih najemnih stanovanj Stanovanjskega sklada Republike Slovenije. Poleg vzdržnih pogojev za krepitev fonda javnih najemnih stanovanj, ki jih prinaša novela Stanovanjskega zakona, je pomemben korak tudi strateška odločitev, da Stanovanjski sklad ne bo več gradil stanovanj za prodajo, temveč le še za najem. Iz grafične predstavitve, ki obravnava posamične statistične regije, je razvidno, da bodo investicije na regionalnem nivoju uravnoteženo porazdeljene, kar je pomemben doprinos k policentričnemu razvoju države. Next slide. Spoštovani, razprava o dejavnikih in pogojih, ki vplivajo na to, da vsak prebivalec lahko najde rešitev za svoje stanovanjsko vprašanje, je aktualna globalna tema. Vključujoča, pametna in učinkovita stanovanjska politika za vse pa je tista, ki v splošni populaciji vzbudi zaupanje, da je lastni stanovanjski problem moč rešiti tudi brez nakupa in ustrezno posameznikovi ekonomski moči in situaciji v danem trenutku. Last slide. Last slide, please. I would like to thank for your patience. Lepo se vam zahvaljujem in nam vsem želim uspešno konferenco do konca današnjega in jutrišnjega dne. Hvala.
Thank you. Thank you, Asha, and thank you also particularly for being part of the organization of this very interesting workshop. I'll go now to the next panelist, and then we will discuss and put questions. I will invite now Ms. Susan Bauer, International Relations at the City of Vienna, to make her presentation.
Hello.
Hello, Susan.
Okay. Dear Mrs. Adone, thank you very much for introducing me. My name is Susanne Bauer. I'm working of the city of Vienna. That means today my task is to bring in the side of the city. How do we see things? Next slide, please. Just let me briefly introduce my city. Vienna has got a dimension of about 415 square meters with about 1.9 million inhabitants. And we are part of a metropolitan region, actually, which belongs also to Bratislava, to Brünn, and to Győr. And the city of Vienna owns 220,000 municipal housing units, and limited profit housing associations provide another 200,000 affordable housing units. So about 45% of Vienna's housing stock is under a rent price control. And I'm quite sure that this is one part why Vienna has been leading the quality of living ranking by Mercer since 2009. Next slide, please. The emphasis in this presentation is on governance for affordable, adequate, and healthy housing for all. In Austria, national and regional laws are part of a framework where housing policy and governance takes place. So let me start with national laws. The tenancy laws actually contains the rights and obligation of tenants. It also has a strong focus on protection for tenants. The Limited Profit Housing Act regulates the way not-for-profit building associations should perform and that they are obliged to reinvest profits. Let's jump to the regional laws. The UNECE Housing Promotion and Renovation Act actually guidelines for housing subsidies, new construction, rehabilitation, and housing assistance. I'll come back to that. Our building code regulates the matters of urban planning, zoning in the entire building industry, building technology, minimum room heights, minimum size of flats, and so on and so forth. I'll come back to this as well. And the urban development plan is an important strategic tool in this context. For instance, it specifies whether an area is designated as green space or for traffic purposes, for commercial buildings or housing constructions. Next slide, please. Now, we've already talked about money. The Housing Construction Promotion Act I already mentioned is about how to use subsidies. And referring to the question of finance, I want to point out that Austria uses the instruments of housing subsidies based on an earmarked tax, 1% of net income, 50% by employers, 50% by employees, which sums up for the city of Vienna to 461 million euro per year. Let's move on to the object side. Object subsidies support on new construction with about 212 million euros and renovation with about 149 million euros per year. So about 2/3 are for new buildings, 1/3 for urban renewals. The subject subsidies are about 100 million, and these are individual subsidies under aid for housing. The important thing is, by combining object and subject subsidies in Vienna, a large proportion of the population has access to affordable housing. The Vienna model of social housing is based above all on the goal to achieving a social mix in settlements and to ensure constant new construction and securing of existing stock through renovation subsidies. Next slide, please. In the building code, the zoning category subsidized housing. This category has been introduced in March 2019, so it's a very recent one. And the Vienna city government has set itself the goal of once again securing more land for subsidized housing and thus continuing to make affordable housing possible for the Viennese. What does it mean? Wherever areas are converted into residential areas, 2/3 are now earmarked for social housing in order to continue to make affordable housing possible. This is intended to limit costs. At the same time, the construction of subsidized housing has to be promoted, and stricter legal requirements are also intended to prevent real estate speculation. The regulation will become effective of new dedications of 5,000 square meters and more of usable residential space. Affected are areas that are designated as residential areas or as mixed building areas. The basic cost and subsidized housing are explicitly limited to 188 euros per square meter of gross floor area above ground. And the rent threshold is of €5.11 per square meter. Next slide, please. Now, talking about an important instrument, that's the Viennese program of gentle urban renewal. The purpose of gentle urban renewal is to ensure affordable living in Vienna while involving the residents, as well as enhancing the quality of life and improving the living environment. The aim is to improve the buildings and apartments to a high standard and to keep them affordable at the same time. Today, urban renewal includes far more than construction measures. Modern urban renewal means informing residents of the district about developments at an early stage, harmonizing different interests, promoting and living cultural diversity, which also means priority of social criteria, avoidance of segregation, ensuring affordable modern living space, so to create benefits for Vienna's residents, the cityscape, the environment, and for social sustainability. Next slide, please. So I was also asked, as many other people today as well, what are the key challenges? Well, I'd like to divide a little bit between global trends and challenges and the regional ones. As global trends, I would say provide housing for an aging society. Climate protection, concentrate on the existing stock, and implement ecological measures in new constructions. Now, the more, in inverted comma, regional challenges, that's mobilizing land for housing, prevent social segregation in the city, and, if you ask me, ensuring housing affordability while facing rising construction prices, energy costs, stagnating incomes, tax shortfalls due to COVID, you name it. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Thank you for your very interesting presentation. Always the case of Vienna is very interesting and has a lot of food for thought. We will pass to the next presenter, panelist, which is Mr. Knut Holler, Executive Member of the Board Housing Initiative for Eastern Europe. Please, Mr. Knut Holler, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Doris, for the introduction. Good evening from Berlin. I'm pleased and grateful to Gulnara Rohl from UNECE for inviting me to speak about Central Asia today. Our project partners in Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan are also joining us virtually, although it is quite late there now. And I would like to focus on the topic of energy efficient refurbishment of the existing building stock. We believe that currently the biggest challenge in this region for the affordable housing is the responsible management of the existing housing stock. Next slide, please. I represent the Housing Initiative for Eastern Europe. It is an NGO founded in 2001 by the German government and private stakeholders to help to develop market-oriented structures in the housing sector and in the building industry in Eastern Europe and in Central Asia. Today, we have around 35 members who assist us with project work and support us in our projects in the mentioned countries. Next slide. Our current topics are management of multifamily buildings, the improvement of energy efficiency in multifamily buildings, urban and neighborhood development, and the development of housing markets. For instance, what housing stakeholders can do that elderly people stay longer at home, or for instance, another example, the introduction of the cooperative model to some Eastern European countries. Next slide. We are confronted with an ongoing reform backlog in the housing sector in the most post-Soviet countries. The building stock tends to consist of multi-story family buildings from Soviet times in which most dwellings were privatized. In many Eastern European countries, only a minor share of dwellings are social housing, and in most of the countries there is no rental market. Next slide. As we already heard today, and also the slide was in a similar way shown, Eastern Europe is a region of homeowners. On the right, we see the block of states of the former Soviet Union that are now not members of the EU. The two scales on the left show the countries of Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan. In Uzbekistan, the privatization rate is 98%, and in Kazakhstan, 97%. Next slide. While shares differ from country to country, a large part of the people in Eastern Europe region today live in apartments in multi-story buildings that urgently need modernization. They own their apartments while they have a prone to a tenant mentality. They are dissatisfied with communal housing management and lack awareness for their potential means to influence building and apartments maintenance. They are energy poor or at constant risk of energy poverty. High and rise energy prices are paying a high share of their incomes for energy bills, even though energy is subsidized. Suffer from the effects of energy losses in the building system. Next slide. In Central Asia, we find a common heritage from Soviet times and currently quite uneven economic development, as these figures on GDP per capita show. The two most populated countries, Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan, have around 52 million inhabitants. Next slide. Based on these two countries, I would like to focus on a few key data regarding the housing stock. The situation is, of course, more complex. For example, there's also a need for housing in rural areas, especially in Uzbekistan. Here, single-family houses are being built with state support, but I would like to draw your attention to the Soviet building stock, which is industrial and prefabricated. Almost 100% of the people in Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan live in privatized housing. They are owners who are so far poorly self-organized. An institutionalized housing sector does not exist. The owners are supplied by state and municipal enterprises in a very inefficient way. The buildings are mostly in poor conditions. They have been poorly maintained and repaired since construction. When the buildings were built, the majority between the 60s and 90s, there were no regulations that addressed the energy characteristics of these buildings. Energy consumption also plays a subordinate role for the buildings that were constructed after independence. Energy consumption in the residential sector in Central Asia is very high. It is several times higher than in Europe and in other transition countries, for instance, the Baltic states. The energy used is fossil energy, gas and coal. Renewable energy is not used in connection with the privatized housing stock. The supply runs via completely outdated district heating systems. The enormous energy consumption for heating the flats has been subsidized by the state for a long time. The subsidies are gigantic year after year. 8.1 billion US dollar in Kazakhstan means $240 per capita per year. 6.9 billion US dollars in Uzbekistan is $373 US a year. The subsidies have been increasing again in recent years, as the graphs show. Let me make a simple calculation. It costs around 10,000 euro to renovate a flat and to save more than 2/3 of the heat energy and to make the flats more convenient. This amount could be financed over 20 to 30 years. That is at least how long a good and complex refurbishment lasts. Let's take 5% per year for interest and repayment. That is $500 US per year per flat. In 20 years, this amount is easily paid back The saved energy costs can in addition be calculated against this. With 8.1 billion US dollars subsidies in Kazakhstan, 800,000 to 1 million flats could be renovated year by year. This would create many workers who today work in other countries, for instance, in the neighbor country Uzbekistan, mostly in Russia. This would mean at least 40 to 50% in tax revenues that can be put back into renovation or other good measures. All that is needed is a change in policy. The residents and owners are atomized. They are frankly pretty much on their own. Their advocacy is weak. Please judge for yourself. Fossil fuel energy supply subsidized by the state, an almost 100% privatization rate, and an immobile population, rarely with more property than their own flat. Affordable housing looks different. Affordable housing is always political. The governments, the monopolists in the energy sector in post-Soviet countries avoid activating the main switches for political reasons. In Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, exemplary also for the poorer countries in the region, such as Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan, with a similar heritage, it is easy to see what affordable housing means. The renovation rate in this housing stock is almost zero. The decay of buildings is progressing, and year after year, subsidized thermal heat energy is heated into the air. Next slide. Ivo has been working in this region for more than 10 years. We observe what happens. Nothing is happening. Many international projects and a truly minimal result. Coordinated action is largely absent. The situation remains difficult. Real reforms are needed. Without them, the homeowners cannot take their responsibility as owners and will not change their mentality. I represent a small NGO. We monitor the region and we compare with other countries. We try to do something meaningful, something we can achieve, something that could help the owners in dealing with their gift, actual a toxic gift, which they received on the occasion of their own country's independence, the privatized and unrefurbished flat. We do missionary work on the energy efficient building renovation. There is interest, but the big decisions have not yet been taken. There are not even proper demonstration projects that show where the journey is to go. Thanks to EU, we have been carrying out projects in the field of professionalizing housing administration for several years. You remember, an institutionalized housing industry does not exist. Affordability in this case means more clarity about what belongs to whom, how to deal with it, who regulates communication between owners and service providers, and so on. Next slide. For the past 5 years, we have been implementing EU co-funded projects with Uzbek and Kazakh partners for professionalized housing managers. The EU program Central Asia Invest supports private sector development in the 5 countries of Central Asia, with particular emphasis on the growth of small and medium-sized enterprises. The focus is on the development of BIOS, business intermediary organizations. In our case, these are the associations for housing managers and homeowner associations. In order to modernize the buildings, save energy, and make them sustainable and affordable, good and professional housing management is an obligatory prerequisite. A few words about what we have achieved together. Next slide, please. As a result of the first project, laws on housing management were adopted. The BIOS played an active role in the dialogue with the 2 governments, and the legislative process was successfully completed. Professional standards for housing managers were also elaborated and adopted. The staff of the BIOS and management companies were supported in developing their own strategies for their work. In the current project, the curricula for a training of housing managers are being developed and in practical courses. Improving the energy efficiency of multifamily building is an integral part of this training. we would like to see the role of the manager further strengthened in the future. The present, they represent the missing housing sector, and they are the ideal intermediaries between homeowners and affordable housing policies that take care of the refurbishment of buildings. Thank you. Next slide.
Thank you, Mr. Knut Holler, for your presentation. At least at the end, we could see some light at the end of the tunnel. So there are hopes for developing further these big problem of all Eastern countries that has passed through this privatization. In many countries, privatization didn't solve the problem of housing. On the contrary, they contributed to accumulate more problems. So now we have a few minutes for questions and comments and discussion. So please, who wants to put questions? You can either write it in the chat or raise your hand. Yes, a question for Knut from Dara Tarnbull. Not yet there. So could you point to an example of best practice from Central Asia?
What does the question mean? Best practice in the refurbishment of multifamily buildings, there is no best practice existing so far. That's a pity. And to go a step forward, I think in the first move, we need some examples showing what, for instance, happened in other Eastern European countries like Ukraine, or in further developed countries like the Baltic states or Poland or Czech Republic, Slovakia, and so on. They can learn from each other, and the main requirement I see is that the international donor community and consultancy needs to motivate the governments to move into this direction.
Okay, thank you. For Susan from Julie Lawson, how was soft renewal organized and funded? Or gentle renewal, I think it was.
Actually, we were in the wonderful situation to start in 1984 with the gentle urban renewal. And we do fund it through tax money, because 100 years ago, that's always the good thing in Vienna, we've got a long tradition, we introduced a tax. We still have it. It's funded by employees and employers with about 50% each. And the city of Vienna makes sure if the money is given as a subsidy, as a support, that the standards that we set have to be avoided, which is really very, very important now if we talk about climate. And most housing units have already been built and they have to be renovated. What can we do to improve also on the climate balance? So mainly it's tax money what we are using.
Okay, thank you. A question for Ms. Rogel. If we were to hypothetically award the housing policy of Vienna a grade 8.5 out of 10, what grade would you critically award to Slovenia?
Ja, hvala za vprašanje. Torej, primerjati stanovanjsko politiko na Dunaju z stanovanjsko politiko v Sloveniji je zelo težko. Dunaj ima 100-letno tradicijo na tem področju, Slovenija pa je komaj 30 let stara država. Jaz upam, da čez 100 let, ko me boste vprašali tako vprašanje, bi lahko odgovorila 9.
Yeah, thank you. Any details about bottlenecks in regulation of homeowner association in Central Asia? Question obviously to Knut.
I think one of the bottlenecks is that the owners are clearly connected to their property and also to the common property. And in Kazakhstan, for instance, the homeowner associations, they are now belonging to one building. They need to create one account and they are responsible for one building. I think this is a small success in overcoming older regulations where it was not clear who is responsible for what.
Okay, thank you. And I think another question to Knut is on credits to young people. I'm not sure if this is clear because...
Credits to young people. I not mentioned in my presentation other fields than the privatized housing stock. I know that there are some financing instruments provided by governments to motivate young people to buy own flats and to give them mortgages. And I think this is the only opportunity. For building refurbishment, at the moment, no financing is available.
Okay, thank you. I don't see further questions in the chat, perhaps. For Asha, really great presentation. Thank you. From Julie. Also, the messages contained about housing, not a luxury good, but how do you realize this? Is it important for it to be in a sorry, it disappeared. Okay, is it important for it to be in a constitution, and how does this help policymakers too? So it refers to your presentation, Asha, where you mentioned about the housing as a human right, and you were referring to international documents. And Julie Lawson is asking how important is it to be in a constitution, and how does this help policymakers?
So yes, stating the right to housing in the constitutions, it's important because it makes all the governance level being obliged not to leave everything to the free markets, but it's necessary to take care of putting the frameworks of the housing policy in the sense that everybody can find a solution for housing affordability to resolve the question. If this mix is proper at the moment, it's a question. So it's the question how the policies respond to the needs of the people at certain times. As already said, for example, 30 years ago, the crucial state was that, for example, the state decided to sell the public housing to its tenants. At that point, it was a good solution so that people could own. After 30 years, now we are analyzing and we see that maybe at this point we will need some other solutions to resolve. And I think housing and as any other policies are live things, and we have to invest in it a lot of intention, and we need to respond to the questions at the time. But being in constitution, it's obliging for everybody that we are dealing with these questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Asha. I think we have come to the end of this session. I don't see further questions. From this panel discussion, you were informed on three different cases, one from Slovenia, where focus was, or the presentation was concentrated in the importance of the policy framework, and by policy framework and its hierarchy, as it was also mentioned, from constitution to legislation and regulations, and at different levels, implementation at different levels. The problem of uninhabited houses, and the way how Slovenia is trying to address this issue, the reform in the housing fund, and what also is important is the message that was given on the balanced investments, so that different areas get the same importance in investments. And then we heard from Ms. Susanna Bauer from the case of Vienna, which is in all the literature and all the documents. You find it as one of the best examples in Europe, not only, I mean, in EU, I mean, in the Central Europe, but in the whole Europe, as a city that has its own way of addressing housing issues. And emphasis again was given to a legal framework, again from national to regional and to a local level. And at the same time, financing also came out again as an important instrument that governance has a responsibility to manage and to develop. And finally, the last presentation by Mr. Knut Kohler about the building stock in Eastern Europe and the big challenges that these countries face with regard to management and maintenance of this housing stock, as well as the refurbishment of this housing stock with regard to energy efficiency, and how this can be used. So investment in energy efficiency, how it can be used perhaps as a stimulator for generating the interest of the inhabitants. This is the end of this session. I thank you very much for your contributions, and I hope to see you again tomorrow. I would like to remind you that tomorrow the session will start at 10 o'clock, and it will be a long session also in the afternoon, where we will have our special session on Southeast Europe. Thank you, and see you tomorrow. Bye.